ladies and gentlemen, I got a valid question off camera I wanted to pull on camera. As you know, one of the things I got on my way to do is to have tons and tons of ground kit, consoles, modules, etc. to delete enemies as quickly as possible. Nothing indicated any of that to me, by the way, in the game. As usual, I had to use a walkthrough for that. Moving on. But I bring that up because the question was, how common is that? Now, I obviously can only speak from anecdotal experience, but in my experience, anyone who seriously plays this game does the exact same thing. I don't know anybody who is actually invested in this game who's ever done anything other than turn their ground character into just... You've probably seen that, because when we did the ground TFOs, that was the strategy, right? So yeah, I've got all these devices for that. I've got the weapon for Destructo. I've got a reasonably decent kit, Ryzian kit, of course, because I want to have the chance to trigger another kit at random. And then, of course, I've got my actual 5 modules, which is the main output I've got. Moving on. The last story arc. I can't believe it's not Borg.
The Lukari have been working on a project in the Nakul system. The initial efforts have been quite promising, and they're about to move to the next phase. If successful, the damage to the star in that system will be repaired. Admiral Kumarke has requested our assistance, and I'd like you to provide it. She's sent specifications for a device called the Stellar Rejuvenator. Have your engineer install it on your ship before you disembark. You'll be using it as part of the Lukari efforts there. Report to Admiral Kumarke in the Nakul system when you're ready. Quinn out.
My one true love has become an admiral. Probably because she was the first of her species to engage in interstellar relations. With me, it's worth noting. Yeah, I was her first contact. And that's not even a sex joke. Warp 33. There we go. If you're wondering what kind of speed... You can actually go faster than Warp 33. But Warp 33 is your normal speed cap there. It was very Star Trek, Rama. Is there any reason to make your ground anything other than Death Doom? I suppose if you want the ground combat to take longer? Yeah, the Protostar can get way up there. The Voyager class, the Intrepids, excuse me, can also get very high up there. Bonk.
Captain's log, 5th Reckoning, Chronicle 36. We are about to commence work on a most important operation. An attempt to revitalize the Nakul Star. One of the finest vessels in the Alliance is joining our efforts today. May the wisdom of Lukar guide us to success.
Aw, she's talking about me.
Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being a part of this.
It is always good to see you, Admiral.
Thank you. It's an honor I fully intend to live up to. More about that later. We've got a job to do. Before we begin, I should warn you, the Nakul are somewhat anxious about this procedure and any complications that might arise.
I mean, it's their star. And also, the Nakul are notoriously assholes who became interstellar terrorists and time terrorists on top of interstellar terrorists. The last time their star was screwed with. Not our fault, by the way. We didn't do that. One moment. I need to... Sorry. A little paperworky thing. Give me just a second here. Come on. Load. Load. Come on. There you go. There you go. Okay. Sorry.
Indeed. But we have earned their trust over the months of research here, and I intend to honor that today.
Let's get started then.
Heading to the primary coordinates now. All hands, prepare to deploy the Stellar Rejuvenators. It's time to heal a star.
You know, this is doubly weird because I just killed you. Or mirror you. Anyways. I don't know what you're talking about, Benwana. Temporal accords have been signed. We're good.
We meet again. One hopes your efforts here today will have a better outcome than your previous attempt to repair our star.
You're welcome.
If I may interrupt. Representative, we are indeed ready to begin the process. With your blessing, of course.
His blessing? We don't need his...
Very well. Our fleet is standing by to assist you if necessary.
Thank you, Representative.
The time has come. Admiral Kumarte, I hereby authorize you and your associates to proceed. May your efforts lead to a new dawn for the Nakul people.
Yeah, and hopefully less time terrorists. Could we have that happen? Is that a thing? Could we have less time? Yes, sir. Of course you can ask questions. Let me launch more fighters for no reason. This is the last arc I'm doing. Ever.
Getting some strange readings. Try adjusting your cohesion beam frequency.
Yeah, let me line up here a little bit. Oh, I can't. I can't move.
We're reading several disruptions in the cohesion beam, originating 100,000 kilometers from the star's surface.
That's really close to the star.
Stellar activity in the area may be causing the fluctuations. Adjust your course to the following coordinates. Let's see if the situation improves there.
If we tighten formation, our beams may reinforce one another.
Agreed. Move to the following coordinates.
We're dealing with a star. I don't think a few kilometers is going to change the difference on something of that scale.
You've reached the new coordinates. Deploy from there.
Wait.
Once you
Wait.
redeploy,
Overshot.
adjust the
Overshot.
frequency again.
Oh, jeez. I'm going to... Hang on. Way overshot that. There we go. Hem. So yeah, possibly never, Magister. It's not on maintenance mode. They keep saying they're going to do more content, but even before they were bought out by a mobile developer, their content drip was so bad. Like, their content drip was awful. I've said this like 3 times now. Their content drip was awful and took literal years, over a year, in some cases, for a story arc to come out. Then they got bought out by a mobile developer and fired the overwhelming majority of their staff. All except for like 3 people, I guess, at this point.
Initiate stellar modulation sequence on my mark. Mark. Modulation initiated. Energy levels are increasing. Reading erratic spikes at the stellar core. Abort! All ships abort now!
And we made it worse.
That was far too close for comfort.
What the hell happened?
I detected a feedback loop forming. If we hadn't shut down when we did, a stellar flare would have backfired along the cohesion beam. The damage to us and the Nakul would have been catastrophic.
Oh no. We're getting hailed by the asshole.
Are you mad? Do you think we will sit by idly while your incompetence puts our star at risk once more? Explain yourself, immediately!
There was an issue, and we're investigating it.
I suggest you do so quickly and with positive results. Rest assured, if you do not save our star, then you can be certain that our fleet will avenge it.
It's fine. I'll kill all of your fleet later, just like I already did in the future.
I've taken a look at our data from the incident, and I believe I've found something.
What do you got?
I've discovered where the cohesion beam started to suffer interference. The coordinates are 0.4 AU from the star.
Star Trek The Next Generation, Season 3, Episode 1, Evolution. Czar. I get that question so much I have a pre-baked answer for it. Here's what you do. You watch Evolution and the next few episodes of Season 3. And you gauge based on that how much you like it and how interested you are in it. If it's your thing, cool. Then you can go back and rewatch other stuff before it. If it's not your thing, no problem. You don't like Star Trek. Helm, take us closer to the star.
All right, I believe it's time to get to the bottom of this before the administrator loses his patience.
I like how he's impatient after literal minutes of tampering with a star.
Some of the asteroids nearby are emitting an unusual level of energy. However, their composition is making long-range scans ineffective.
I'll look into it.
Strange. The asteroid is emitting highly energized particles, like the tail of a comet.
It's marked as an asteroid in the stellar registry. No mention of reactive properties.
So, same asteroid, different behavior. Sounds like we're on the right track.
I love it. We're finally doing a mission that doesn't involve killing a bunch of stuff and we have to deal with an asshole. Ain't that always the way?
The asteroid is emitting energy in a pattern similar to that of the star earlier. Whatever caused that issue may be in effect here as well. We are still unable to conduct a deep scan of the asteroid, however. If we can devise a way to do so, I believe we will find more answers.
We could kill the asteroid.
There is a human expression. You cannot prepare an omelet without cracking a few eggs. Or in this case, asteroids. If we fracture one of them with our weapons, we will expose the core and obtain the deep scan results we seek.
I guess I was right. Let's destroy some asteroids.
I believe we've cracked the egg just a bit too hard. Much left to study, I'm afraid.
My bad.
Fortunately, there are more targets available. We should try again, although with considerably lower weapon setting.
The Nakul have tagged the next asteroid for future mining operations.
Under the circumstances, I believe they'll agree that its loss will be accepted.
I certainly hope so, ma'am. I'd prefer not to incur their wrath today.
As a quick aside, that's my fault. I'm the one who burned all, or started burning all my cooldowns to destroy that. So, my bad. My bad. Ping to you, Flagan. Okay, no cooldowns this time.
Let's scan the debris for reactive particles.
Yeah, keep in mind, unlike some MMOs, these stories are all extremely linear, which means the character who is the captain here has been the captain since the beginning. And we've done all that implies.
That did the trick. Scanning our little cracked egg now. The core is decaying into ionized gases. Quite similar to what is happening to the interior of the Nakul star.
So what's the next step?
I'd like to crack another egg and conduct a scan of it before moving on to making the omelet, so to speak. If my hypothesis is correct, the radiation signature present will match, bringing us another step closer to understanding this phenomenon.
Alright.
Remember, we do not want to pulverize our next target.
The Nakul have detected our weapons fire, Admiral. They are understandably curious.
Update them on our activities here, Captain. We've nothing to hide.
I mean, if we wanted to kill the Nakul, we could. I'm just saying. They really have no anything going on here. Also, I would gladly make an omelet with Kamarka, I'm just saying. And that is a sex joke.
Successfully fractured. Begin your scans now.
Hello, Smokey. Yeah, you see that little orb of energy there? Yeah, that just disintegrates things on my command. That's just a thing I do. Every single one of these weapons individually could probably destroy the entire Nakul civilization. That's not even an exaggeration. I have some absolutely insane weapons on this ship, and I'm not particularly well optimized either.
It's a match.
Very good, Captain. Now, let's compare radiation signatures.
It's okay. Crusher and me, that's just a side thing. That's not love. That's something else. You're welcome to join for TFOs, Spinobi. And we do have 3 to do? Hang on. 3, yes, I'm correct. That's true, Caroline Noise. Yes, we will be doing Wolf 359 Flag End. Also known as the best time to use the jellyfish.
As I suspected, all of the asteroids we've studied have matching radiation signatures.
So...
Not quite yet. There are some reactive gas clouds nearby. If their radiation pattern matches those present in the asteroid cores, we can triangulate the origin point and locate the source.
They disabled it for... Oh, come on! That was the best time for the jellyfish!
Admiral, the Nakul representative is concerned about the destruction of valuable asteroids.
Oh my god. It's an asteroid.
Inform him that the Alliance will compensate the Nakul for their loss, please.
As you wish, Admiral. Anfame out.
I'm sorry we knocked out 3 asteroids in the process of saving your star. Jackasses.
Analysis complete. The wave patterns are a match.
So, triangulation.
Indeed. I'm transmitting the coordinates to you and Captain Anfame. Head there now. Once you've arrived, we can triangulate the location of the anomaly's source.
So I've actually done this mission and the next one. I don't remember them that much, to be honest with you. The rest of the missions are completely new to me. Like, I know where we're going here, but I don't know why. Ah! Drift, drift, drift!
Compiling sensor data now. Aha! There you are. The multiphasic pulse waves are originating from high orbit around the planet closest to the Nakul star.
Any idea what it is?
Nothing conclusive at this time, I'm afraid. However, if I were to speculate, it's almost like something is tapping against the fabric of space-time.
That... Great. That's wonder. That's what I like to hear in my job as a Starfleet captain. Helm, could you sit in a course, please? And get me some coffee? I'm not going to drink it. I just want to smell it while we deal with this.
I can get the coffee candle, sir.
The coordinates now.
Fine, whatever.
I trust you've spotted our uninvited guests.
Yeah, so... It's the Tholians. Again. Could y'all piss off, please?
One thing is certain. We have a limited amount of time to determine what they are doing here. before the Nakul detect them. Considering their turbulent history, I doubt the Tholians will receive a cordial greeting from Representative Kartek or his forces.
Probably not. No, it's a no. I have a multiracial crew. What kind of captain do you think I am, Ismiristar? Can't you tell? Here, look. You've got Don, who's in armor, Dulcie, who's in armor, Fixit, who's in armor, Spirit, who's in armor, and Dr. Crusher. What's the problem?
This is peculiar. The Tholians are known for their aggression in response to alien forces, and yet they haven't scanned us or gone to battle readiness. It's as if they are ignoring us.
Okay, let's see if they're willing to talk. No, I've had it since back in the day at Warp Core.
Attention, Tholian forces. I am Admiral Kumarke of the LSS Raskava. You have violated Nakul space and are disrupting a critical procedure here. I'm instructing you to cease all activities and explain your presence in this system immediately.
Yeah, it looks like the only other holograms I have is Janeway and Kurland here. And that's it. I have a couple other people. I don't even know who half these people are. I mean, I know who he is. He's awesome. But, like, who are any of these people? Anyways.
The border violation is inconsequential. Our work takes priority. We will continue. Do not interfere. Your continued presence is unnecessary.
You were doing damage to that star.
The loss of this star is acceptable to us. Further discussion is irrelevant. Leave now or you will be fired upon.
Okay. Maybe we could talk about it all.
Tholian vessels are going to battle stations. They're moving into attack formation.
Okay.
Battle stations. Tactical. Aim to disable, not destroy.
I'm good with
I'm
destroying.
not sure they'll reciprocate that courtesy, Admiral.
I've killed so many Tholians in my career, you have no idea.
Need answers, Captain, but it's rather difficult to get them from here.
Understood. Firing to disable only.
I'm not even pulling out my big guns for you. You're Tholians. Come on. You guys can raise guns. Get out of here. Get out of here. Good morning, Ross. Killing Tholians, because it's a Tuesday. There must be some kind of temporal dysfunctionation anomaly that prevents it from being Wednesday. So, hi. Are you willing to talk, or are we just gonna keep killing you? Actually, yeah, that's true. But, well, it's almost like time
The
paused.
Tholian flagship did not engage us in battle. Instead, they remained on station, diverting all non-essential power to their web generator systems. Even their shields are down. What are they doing here?
You know, if they explained it to us...
Preliminary scans suggest that the Tholian flagship is creating an incredibly powerful energy web lattice around a spatial anomaly. There is no target vessel within the web.
Deeper scan, please.
This is most unfortunate. The source of the multiphasic waves lies within the Tholian energy lattice. Furthermore, the waves are increasing in intensity, accelerating the decay of the Nakul star's core.
Cool.
Left unchecked, this procedure the Tholians are conducting will cause a complete collapse of the stellar core, resulting in a supernova.
You know, that's the second time we've had to deal with the potential supernova of this same star. Can we tell the Nakul to move? Are they? Can we get some U-Hauls over here or something?
I believe a boarding action is in order. We'll disable the Tholian web generator on board the flagship to stop the procedure. Major. I've sent transporter coordinates. Prepare your away team for action. I shall meet you aboard the Tholian vessel.
Can't we just blow them up?
I'm quite aware of Tholian hospitality. As you'll recall, I've experienced it firsthand at your side, aboard Caldano's ship. You will need my expertise on this mission. I'm afraid I won't take no for an answer. Captain Onvame, remain on Overwatch and report any changes to the Tholian vessel.
Sorry, Admiral, but I outrank you, first of all. But I'll do it for you because you're my wife.
An acceptable risk. What matters most is stopping that procedure and saving the Nakul Star. We'll deal with any unforeseen challenges as they present themselves. Agreed?
Agreed. But before we go, like, do we have like an hour or two just to... No? Okay. Come on, let's go. Oh, thank God, Ben One Eye. I'm gonna need it after dealing with this nonsense. Hi, Tomrid. Yeah, Mir Kumark is dead! It's okay, though. We're done with the Mirror Universe forever, ever, ever, ever. 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 Foreshadowing is a literary device. Okay, do all of you have suits? Sometimes I forget to put suits on my people, and they just die instantly whenever we do these missions. It's kind of funny, actually.
Let's make haste. The Tholians will muster their security forces once they detect us, and combat could lead to our EV suits being compromised. If that happens, we won't last long in the hostile environment here.
So what's the next move?
Let's begin by scanning the access terminals in this chamber. Find one with main computer access and use it to get a layout of the ship. Once we have that, we can identify the best route to the web generator system and disable it.
Okay.
Let's start with that console over there.
Now, this is very important. We have to be extremely precise and no excess damage. We have to do no AoE, we have to be very, very careful with our fire because we don't want to cause any damage to the ship or ourselves. Well, you don't like my Tholian suit?
That console is dedicated to life support only. No access to the systems we're looking for. We'll have to try another. This is a medical console, keyed only to Tholian anatomy. Try another console. One of them is bound to have access to the data we require. Got it. Gather what information you can before the Tholians lock us out of the system.
Yeah, where is nobody in this room, by the way?
Interesting. The entire vessel is designed around the web generator system. Quite the unorthodox variant of this ship class, but very effective nonetheless.
Can we get to the system fast, please?
Quite so. Judging by the power readings, we can follow the spine of the craft down this corridor to where the web generators are. Unfortunately, that chamber is locked during use.
So what's the workaround?
There's an engineering node nearby. We may be able to cut the power to the web generators from there. Once the system is down, we should be able to gain access to the generators and disable them.
Because it's hot, Bladeball.
Through that door and down the hall. Watch out for security. The Tholians know we're here now.
Tholians are one of the only interesting races in Star Trek, which is why you almost never see them in anything that's live action, because they are extremely expensive to animate. They prefer very, very hot, very, very toxic atmospheres. That's why we're in the EV suits. I first played STO. I don't actually remember if it was the alpha or the beta, but it was one of the two. And the first time I actually got into STO was during the Romulan expansion.
Neutralize them so we can access the computer.
You got it! Stealth mode engaged! Okay, Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Okay, we're good. Okay. We're good. We're good. Sorry. Sorry, I was a little worried, but we're good. We're good. I'm almost positive it was the alpha because it was barely playable.
Let's run a bypass on that console while we can.
Like, I have pretty distinct memories of those first few missions. Just laser drill the console here. God. Yeah, hang on. I need to Starfield stealth through here. Ah! Well, I mean, STO doesn't... Okay, so, hang on. STO has this screen right here. This is the plot in order. I click on War, top to bottom, all the way down to King and Queens, top to bottom, right? No, the real problem is these things. Nothing anywhere indicates what these are other than, like, actually clicking one and being like, what's this? And there's a little blurb which sometimes helps you figure out what that is, and sometimes does not. I should mention that pretty much every TFO in the game is still here, including this one. This was one of the first ones the game ever added, which is the original boss fight. Excuse me, the original raid fight, which was when you fight the crystalline entity. Now, I know that's been overhauled since then, but the point is, this stuff is old, including the original Borg missions, which were the original TFOs. Most MMOs have that issue, actually. In fact, WoW does too, if you remember. Until Kata, I want to say, is when they finally start being like, do this dungeon, and you'll get like a quest to go do the dungeon, and that's your indicator. Why would I use the Solanae piece of crap? Ugh, garbage. Spit on it, patootie. What actually do I have on? Nope, yep, I just have the Tholian one on. I think? No, that's not the... I don't know which one this is. Never mind, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Do I have any other ones on me? My inventory is a little bit of a mess, don't mind it. I have a lot of things on me. Oh, hey, there's the Solanae Striker environmental suit, as opposed to the Solanae Sentinel environmental suit. This one looks like this. This looks hideous, which is why I don't use it. So we're going to switch back to the Tholian suit here. There we go, much better. Oof, okay, I feel better.
This is remarkable. The webs are somehow penetrating multiple dimensions simultaneously. They appear to be solidifying elements of space-time between these dimensions, repairing damage to the very fabric of reality.
That's cool, but it's also killing the star.
There are two spinnerets, shall we say, that emit the energy used to generate the web in space. They all need to be neutralized. Once they're down, we can disable the web generator's primary core, and the entire system will be offline.
Are you opening boxes while you're talking to me? No, I'm listening. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Congratulations, Admiral.
No, I'm not thinking about Spock while we have sex. What are you talking about? Why don't I have my liberated exocomps on? What did I take off to get my liberated exocomps? Oh, the V'ger probes. You know what? I don't like the Bakul. Let's get rid of those. Let's go to this instead. Anyway,
Unfortunately, no. Their security is blocking access. We'll need to bypass that at a nearby security node.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yep, sorry, what are we doing?
Wait a moment. I'd like to access the astrometrics console here. Find more data on the anomaly.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So there's the Voth suit, there's that. There's my anti-proton death, so all of this is trash, I think. All of this is stuff that fits some of my builds. This is all my cosmetics, because of course your cosmetics have to take up space in your inventory. Why wouldn't they? What kind of insane, crazy system would let you just have cosmetics unlocked and you can just toggle them at will from a menu? That would be madness. Oh, you want to see real anxiety? Check this out. I still have my event campaign just sitting there. So I can just pick a tier 6 starship, get 2 tier 6 ships, or get 1,500 lobi. Oh yeah, by the way, I have 2 of those. These are yearly campaign boxes I just have sitting around here that I've never used. And probably never will.
The Tholians have compiled a detailed list of space-time anomalies throughout known space. Judging by the star dates, they've been at this for quite some time. Centuries, in fact.
And then a cool system. Look, this is the asshole of space. We all know this.
Yes. This system is listed as a primary concern due to repeated temporal damage to the fabric of space-time.
Yeah, I know. I've done this before. And later.
Indeed. The Tholian distaste for time travel is well known. It may explain their actions here today. According to log entries, this ship has been sent to prevent a trans-dimensional vortex from forming in the system.
And they're trying to cause a star to go supernova to do it. Look, I'm all about the fabric of space-time, but can we not wipe out billions of lives to do it? Even the cool lives are still lives, right? Right? Do they count? Warp Core, do they have a planet? I think. Pretty sure they have a planet. But if we let them not start go nova, then they wouldn't.
Let's access this side. I have a theory. Look out! All Tholians!
Oh, for God's sakes, piss off. What? I can't hear you under the earthquake I caused inside their ship. I mean, I'll take living on Earth in Star Trek over living anywhere in Star Wars because Earth is a freaking paradise. And also has things like replicators and holodecks and transporters. And extremely advanced medical technology. I'll take Star Trek. That's a really easy pick.
It occurs to me that protomatter could be used as part of this process.
Kumarka, can we please not use protomatter here?
The problem with the Tholian method is, ironically, time. The time it takes for their web generators to repair the damage to space-time is allowing for the generation of the pulse waves. The more damage is repaired, the stronger the waves become.
Okay.
I believe the integration of protomatter into the process could hasten the repair time considerably, to the point where the pulse wave generation would be minimal, if not eliminated entirely.
You know, I think the Tholians would hate that, so I automatically like this idea.
Agreed. But it's the best idea I have at the moment. I'd like to study the web generators more thoroughly before we make a decision neither of us can live with.
Lady, I've been killing Tholians all day. It's fine. We're good.
I have what I need. Let's proceed to the security node and unlock the doors to the web generator.
I mean, honestly, it's still true, Von Falkenstein, and you know I'm right. I'm with Mr. Red. The Star Wars has slaves, droids, slave droids, and of course, worst of all, the Force. I'm good, thanks. Could you stop webbing me, please? You're not literally a spider. You're made of crystal. Because the Tholians thing is webbed. But yeah, Now, the closest thing to someplace I'd actually want to settle over in Star Wars would be Naboo. And Naboo has its own issues, but it's a decent resort planet. I'd be willing to settle there.
The security node is on the other side of these doors. Let's clear the room and get to it.
Stop webbing me. 6 feet. 6 feet.
All clear. Everyone, gather up. Need a plan.
Does that plan involve opening a portal to the sun?
And here we are. I'll need some time to bypass their security system.
Yep, I'll cover you.
Please do. I prefer to face as little Tholian hospitality as possible, if you don't mind.
You got it. Hang on, some Tholians are beaming aboard their own ship. Because remember, this game spawns enemies with the beaming animation, and it never doesn't amuse me. And yet, time to hold the line. You knew what time it was. Line time. Yeah, no, Star Wars is a fascinating setting to play in. I wouldn't want to live there. Like, playing a freelancer, for example, which is something I've been wanting in Star Wars for years, and has never happened. They've never made that type of game in Star Wars for some reason. It's something I've wanted since the 80s. Pretty much since the first time I was exposed to the concept of the freelancer gameplay, which I think was like with Wing Commander. Let's see, Andoria, Tellar, or Vulcan? Ooh, all three of those suck for different reasons. Do you want dry heat? Do you want people who will constantly argue with you for fun? Or do you want to live on a rock that's so cold that the name of this attack that freezes the area is literally called... Hang on, there it is, this one, sorry. Summer Squall. Yeah, I think Privateer is specifically the one I was thinking of. Wing Commander Privateer. They are all post-scarcity, and I could just stay indoors and never go outside. So it boils down to who do I want to deal with as my neighbors. Prideful dicks, arrogant dicks, or sorry, no. Prideful dicks, argumentative dicks, or angry dicks. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Vulcan, thanks.
Security bypass in effect. And I found something rather peculiar.
If nothing else, Vulcans are great in bed, so...
It appears the Tholians have no system to denote transdimensional differences in cultures. While they are aware of other dimensions besides this one, they simply do not consider the denizens of those places to be any different from those here.
Yeah, we've actually talked about this before, in this very run. And that by this run, I mean the last time we streamed this.
An anomaly created by the Terran Empire is grouped in the same range as one created by the Federation. Because of this, Tholian actions taken on anomalies in other dimensions could lead to trouble here in ours. Such actions could be seen as acts of war.
We'll wipe out the Tholians later. Let's stop them from destroying the star for now. And does that answer you, Spartan?
Proceed with caution.
About the Tholians?
There must be a reason those doors are locked when the device is in use.
What's funny is the Tholians do dip in and out of being interesting here, but that says all it needs to, right there. Granted, this is in the era when Estia was already actively dying, so grain of salt.
The main web generator is ahead. Get ready for a fight.
I've actually heard some people refer to Sunless Sea and Sunless Sky as a Cthulhu-esque variant on the Freelancer concept. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but it was interesting to think about. Bajor is an interesting pick. It would kind of depend on when, too, obviously.
We need to get to the Spinneret controls in 2 adjacent rooms and shut them both down.
Can we shut them down here?
Doing so could overload the bypass relays and send a power surge into the vessel's warp core, resulting in a breach. When both spinnerets are deactivated, we can return here and safely disengage the primary projector.
Okay. So Cardassia, let's ignore the obvious problems with Cardassia. It has also the problem of being hot and dry reptiles, am I right? Do you remember that one scene where Garrick goes into a room where it's a holodeck program where it's just hot and dry, and they just lay down and relax there because DS9 itself is so uncomfortable for them normally. And that's actually an extremely complicated question, Lynyrith, so let me try to summarize it a little bit. The reason WoW and FF14 are successful is because they were successful originally, and they have ridden that success ever since. Momentum more or less guarantees they will continue being the successful MMOs for complicated reasons that I don't want to get into, if you'll forgive me. It's a whole thing. As far as why STO failed at the same thing, it's the same reason every other MMO failed, for exactly the same reason. At the end of the day, the group of people, that is, people who are going to play MMOs, is finite, right? Most of these people are playing one of 3 MMOs. There's actually 5, but we'll just limit it to 3. Final Fantasy XIV, World of Warcraft, and RuneScape are the big 3, actually. No, it's true, Verlictum. As soon as ARR came out, it was a smash hit. And it was. Because I'm not calling FF14 1.0, and I don't feel like clarifying every single time, because saying ARR is really irritating in English. So instead I'm just going to call FF14 ARR FF14, and if I need to clarify 1.0, then I'm going to call it 1.0. So, yes, FF14 was very successful when it came out. Moving on. Damn. Anyway, so yeah, Star Trek Online is actually one of the older MMOs that's still going. But because of finite player bases, what's going to happen here is people are going to chikunk in and out of other MMOs over time. But they're always going to revert. Like, you see how this is working? They're always going to chikunk back to the default MMO, which is the one they started at. Which, statistically speaking, is RuneScape, World of Warcraft, or FF14. Which is why those 3 have been so enduring and have such a player base. Now, they're not the only MMOs who are the default for some people, because a lot of people have their own default MMO. But those are the big ones. Like, in terms of just sheer numbers, those are the big ones. So, STO wasn't one of those, and needed to... I suppose the other answer to your question, Lynyrith, is they allowed themselves to get bought out by Gearbox, which then got bought out by Embracer, which then sold them off to Deka. I think that's a good way to put that. That's a simple way to explain that. And even Tor, which had the star power of being a Star Wars MMO, the second Star Wars MMO, had issues, and is still currently an undead MMO. And Star Wars Galaxies is actually dead.
That's one spinneret offline.
Although Star Wars Galaxies sucked. Anyways, sorry. I'm pretty sure EA still owns Tor. It's still a BioWare game. Beta Z? Oh god, no. millions of people constantly reading my thoughts casually. That's just part of normal conversation. Yeah, it's worth noting Guild Wars 2 literally came within a few months of actually dying and getting shut down. And then Shadowlands happened. It's not actually a joke, by the way. Guild Wars 2 is winding down. As I'll kind of talk about when we get there, there's a period of content in Guild Wars 2 which is noticeably much, much worse. And that's the period where they were just kind of wrapping up and getting ready to shutter the studio. Then Shadowlands happened, and there was this huge influx of new players. And they used that to then decide to release on Steam, which led to another huge influx of players. And Guild Wars 2 is doing fine now. So, thank you for that, Shadowlands. I do appreciate that. But Guild Wars 2 almost became another STO and Tor. ESO has been an interesting one. I've actually double-checked ESO several times in terms of player base and daily users, or daily actives, excuse me. ESO has been very static. Now, that's a good thing. But they don't have a lot of numbers, but they apparently have very loyal numbers. The people who play ESO keep playing ESO. So good, but near as I can tell, they haven't really gotten a lot of shots in the arm like several other MMOs did, like Guild Wars 2 did. Yeah, it's the EverQuest model. Here's our player base. We hold on to them. We cater to them. And yeah, ESO keeps releasing content, just like EverQuest does. Weird to think about, but true.
Well done. Both spinnerets are offline. Let's go shut down the main web generator.
Ironically, the answer is, it depends. MMOs aren't like most games, and that is really the big thing. You can't judge an MMO's success simply by looking at its viewers, its player base, or its actives. You have to look at its relative studio size, how often they release content, how often they do events, what kind of community activity they have, etc. The MMOs are just, they're a different animal, right? The social aspect is inherent, but it's not just players with other players, it's players with the devs. An MMO by necessity has to have player-dev interactions on a regular basis. There's all sorts of things to try and measure an MMO's success rate.
Right. We need to disengage the primary projector from the main web generator now.
And what stops them from just turning it back on when we leave?
I'll use an encryption algorithm to lock them out of the controls. That should buy us the time we need to implement a better solution to the problem.
Okay. Yeah, WoW actually faced its own death several times because of massive content dips. Something they work very hard to avoid nowadays because they know with first-hand experience how damaging that is to their, to their everything, to the health of the MMO. As I talked about during the WoW runs, there were several times where there was months upon months of nothing, and in some cases over a year. And yeah, Titan, as we talked about extensively, had such a knock-on effect on so much of that they've kind of walked back from that completely. It's one of the reasons why they do things like Plunderstorm or the Pandaria Remix kind of things, is because that's a nice way to be like, here's something else to do. It's also one of the reasons Season of Discovery has been so successful, is because it is yet another thing you can go do while you're waiting for the next content. It's also worth noting that they've been following a different patch cycle where every single, it's kind of an FF14 thing, right? Every major, let me walk that sentence back. Every minor patch that WoW pushes out now has at least some new story content. This is new. They didn't used to do this. And so now, when 11.1.5, I think, is the next one, which is coming out in just 2 weeks here, that's going to contain some new story quests in addition to whatever else they're adding, right? And they've been doing that pretty consistently, and that has been working for them. since Dragonflight. Hi, MPPY.
Tholian web generator is inoperative. We did it. We should beam back as soon as... Wait! They've raised their shields. We're trapped!
Your arrogance, your insanity. You've doomed us all.
So that's what Tholian armor looks like, and yes, it is totally badass. So can we talk this out, or... Cool. So, one of the major problems with ground combat, you may not notice there's a dive roll. It also contains some iframes, as all good dive rolls do. The problem with the dive roll is that it's extremely inconsistent and hard to even trigger, especially if you're trying to do it on purpose. I 100% do expect that, Xavier. I expect Undermine is going to become the new best scoring zone in WoW. I haven't even finished it yet. I still think that. Oh, it can, but like, if you're in the middle of an action, you can't do a roll. An action can also be a white damage attack.
Cease hostilities. I mean you no harm.
Hi.
Hold your fire. I am now the ranking officer aboard this vessel, and I wish to discuss matters with you peacefully.
Tholian speaking English?
Correct. Long ago, I traveled alongside the crew of the USS Enterprise, under the command of Captain James T. Kirk. While among their crew, I was given the designation Bright Eyes by my good friend Nyota Uhura.
Alright, let's talk.
We realize that you are trying to repair an anomaly in space-time here, but your procedure is damaging the Nakul star to critical levels.
I am prepared to hear your proposal, Admiral, but we must speak quickly. It is only a matter of time before my fellow Tholians on other vessels regroup, and you will find they are not as understanding as I am.
Okay. I believe it was 5th, Ross. It was still very high. I think it went up, I could, you know what, I'll just pull it up, screw it. Screw it. Live. Where's the MMO list? Well, I closed it. Of course I did. How do you improve STO? Now that's an interesting question. Because the biggest problem with STO is that is more or less the same problem with every MMO out there except WoW. And I'm dead serious about that. They are built on old, aging tech that came out 10, 15 years ago and is barely held together with string and duct tape. And the way you fix STO is you throw it out the window and you make a new game in its place. Now, I know you've heard me say that a couple of times with regards to every MMO we've ever talked about, but let me stress this for a second. STO is so much worse than most of the other ones. There are aspects of this game that the devs, before they were fired, did not understand. And just kind of went along with. Here we go. Alright, let's see. Let me double check here. So, Hallowfall was in number 1. And then Aj Kahet, which, yeah, that's no shock. Then the Emerald Dream from Dragonflight. And then looks like Ringing Deeps and Waking Shores are tied for 4th. And double check something. So it's actually 6th, because then Azure Span is 5th, and then Jade Forest is 6th. Oh yeah, the DOF system. I'm not actually joking. They have literally lost the code with several aspects of this game, including the DOF system. And yeah, some of the spaghetti code might literally be load bidding. We don't know. They don't know. And the people who might have known were fired. So yeah, no. The way you fix STO is you throw it out the window and you make something new. But let's talk conceptually. Like game design-wise instead of game code-wise. So design-wise, with space, what you do is nothing. Space battles are fine. Almost everything about space battles are what they need to be and what they should be. They're fun, they're interesting, they are exactly as engaging as you want them to be. You don't have to actually really delve into, min-maxing your ship, because most of the difficulty is not designed around that. So it's one of those situations where most builds are viable, so have fun with it, right? Go for it. There are always going to be things that are just way, way, way better, but you don't need to be way, way, way better, so that's fine. Like, as I've talked about before, it's the Pokemon constant, right? There's always going to be Pokemon combos which are just ridiculous, but you can just take your favorites and make it work because the game is designed to make that work, right? So, space combat's fine. Cool. Now, we'll leave that alone. Ground combat, I've been thinking about that for a little bit. I have, hear me out for a second. I think I would eject ground combat. Completely. Hear me out for a second, because I was thinking about this for a single-player game. You want, hear me out. Don't call me crazy just yet. Most RPGs in general follow the 3 loops, right? There's combat, there's combat, exploration, and social, right? Put combat in the space thing. Leave it in the space thing. That's fine. Space battles are cool. And like I already mentioned, the space combat in this game is actually surprisingly good. Put more of the explore and social stuff on the ground. You don't run around with a gun. You run around talking to people, scanning things, and navigating trees. Like even make it like pseudo-branching, if you want to, either Telltale style or actual narrative branching, depending on how you want to go with that, right? Make the ground sections the town equivalents. Yeah, walk around with a tricorder, which has different scanner settings and allows you to, I don't know, like determine which thing would be best to use with this, or maybe I could find some way around this, or maybe just kind of lean into puzzle development, because puzzle's part of exploration. Something, right? Yeah, do some actual frickin' Trek stuff. Because, don't mistake me, you could make ground combat work, and yeah, I was actually going to bring up Elite Force as well. But you don't need to, because we already have good combat in this game. We don't need more combat. And you've seen how ground combat is in this game. That's what I would do. That's the biggest change right there. Other than that, most of the other stuff is just obvious stuff. Make the interface work better. Make the sound design better. Improve the mountain of bugs that exist. Make an economy that actually functions. Try to have alternate methods of progression. Make those methods of progression more obvious so that people don't have to use a wiki to decide what they get and how they get it. Change the tooltip stuff. Even just navigating the stupid menu down here and changing my hotbar is more irritating than it really needs to be, right? As anybody who's played this game knows. So, most of everything else is just polishing past stuff. Yes, Kraken-san, that is exactly what I am suggesting. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be, Trihexy. I'm not that evil. So, what do you got, Admiral?
I propose a coordinated effort between our ships and yours. We can integrate a proto-matter matrix into the web lattice your ship generates, increasing the speed which the rupture is seen. By doing so, the frequency of pulse waves generated to the nearby star.
Is this amenable, Bright Eyes?
Yes. I believe the Admiral's proposal will solve both problems efficiently. But we'll need to move fast.
Let's do it.
Use these access codes to override the encryption and re-enable the web generator.
Okay, I'll do this first real quick. How much of the storyline would I change or eject? So the very first thing I would do is fix and re-add the Klingon War story arc stuff. If you remember, when we went through this, they ripped a huge amount of this story out of the game, to the point where the existing story makes absolutely no sense. So, re-add the Klingon story, and just do a polishing pass to make it not crap. Boom, done. So that's the first thing I'd do. Honestly, I'd keep the Romulan stuff. I'm fine with that. The Cardassian stuff, this whole story arc was universally negative. Just nuke it. Borg Advance, just nuke it. It's all terrible. New Romulus, this actually isn't a story arc. This is a lie. And Solonide, Delta, Iconian, Yesterday, Future Proof, New Frontiers, Gamma Quadrant. All of that's solid. That's golden age right there of STO. So that's all cool. Age of Discovery, I would eject completely. Ja'ula's, I would eject completely. And the Klingon Civil War, I could see keeping the Klingon Civil War, but honestly, it would have to be so completely restructured, we might as well get rid of it. So just nuke these three completely. Just get rid of them. The Terran Gambit, which we just did, and that's my answer to that is, Yeah, how many of you remember the mission where Klingons would run around and constantly do the stomping animation on tribbles? Yeah, we could fix Terran Gambit. We could improve this. A little bit of polishing, a little bit of smoothing over, and this would be fine. And obviously I haven't done Kings and Queens, so... Anyways.
The web generator is back online. Let's coordinate next steps from our respective vessels.
I mean, just go back to the old tutorial, which was better.
We have a situation.
Which is sad.
People have detected the Tholian force here and have dispatched their fleet to our location.
Understood. The moment the Discovery arc started, Spartan. I'm not actually joking.
Quicker than you think, unfortunately. Though I gave Representative Katek every assurance that the situation was under control here, he refused to believe me. He said the Nakul would deal with the Tholians, and if we got in their way...
Yeah. Hail the Ruskava.
I take it you've heard the news.
Yeah, we're in even more of a hurry than we already were. We have 3 ticking clocks right now, by the way.
Bright Eyes and I will do our best to implement our plan. But we'll need time and protection. Any Tholian vessels you can restore to battle readiness will be of great assistance.
Okay, Dreadnought out.
Here they come.
Every Tholian ship repaired will be an ally in this conflict.
Restore Tholian ships if possible. We need all the help we can get. Remember, aim to disable, not destroy.
Blah, blah, blah. You're like my wife, which makes sense, I suppose. Full power to the Agony Beam. As a reminder, one of our weapons is an Agony Beam. Actually, I have several Agony Beams, so, you know. What torpedoes am I using? Dark matter quantum torpedoes. Yeah. Odd Carolina noise. Yeah, there's a reason we all jokingly call this game a war crime simulator. A lot of the weapons you can get are hilariously evil. One of the guns Pax has on his ship allows him to melt crew members inside of their ship. Oh yeah, one of the consoles you can get allows you to create a Genesis planet explosion. Like it's the frickin' Genesis device. It's just the frickin' Genesis device. That's gonna suck. I might fiddle with the encounter design when it comes to space combat. Maybe reduce the number of enemies we fight, but increase the quality of the enemies we fight. Because we just mulch our way through enemy ships nowadays.
We have taken heavy damage. Our defense systems are offline.
Good job, Nicole. You broke it.
We're being pulled in! Kent!
On Vame, the Trilune. They're gone. Lost.
Thanks, Nicole. Appreciate you, as always.
Our web generator is offline, and we've suffered critical damage. If we don't seal the vortex soon, we may not get another chance.
What do you mean?
The vortex is destabilizing the star at an accelerated rate. If we do not seal it soon, the star will reach supernova status.
Good job breaking it, Nicole. You're about to wipe out your entire species.
Right. The protomatter matrix is stable, so we need to reinforce the Tholian web lattice as soon as possible.
Cool. Bright Eyes?
I have sent the schematics for web stitching probes to you. Deploy them around the perimeter of the vortex. Each one will extrude a protomatter thread to my vessel. When all 6 probes are in position, we can energize the web and seal the vortex.
And the star that's currently getting redder and redder over there?
Admiral Kumar K and I believe that sealing the vortex in this manner will allow the star to regenerate back to its previous state. But we must do so soon.
Deploy the stitching probes at the designated...
You've got to be kidding me. You're still trying to kill me.
We need
I'm
to
trying to
energize the
save
web soon.
your star.
Place the stitching probes quickly, then energize the web.
Yeah, what is wrong with you people? This is worse than the leopard not eating your face. This is the star won't explode. It'll be fine. Yeah, I'm going to save your pathetic lives, whether you want me to or not. Get out of here. Oh my god, they're sending in reinforcements. They're sending in reinforcements. Do you want to die this... Is that what this is? Is this a suicide attempt? Do we need to talk, Nicole? I know y'all were, like, so Nazis that the Nazis weren't Nazi enough for you, but, like, I figured that was just a few of you. Yeah, apparently I'm just woke, guys. I'm just trying to save your entire species from yourself. Yeah, that star looks healthy. Oh, my God.
Web projector link established.
Yeah, that hurt a little bit. That's probably buttons. As I've mentioned a few times, I don't have a lot of live on this ship.
Web projector link established.
Hull integrity below 75%.
Shut up.
Web projector link established.
Yeah, I'd like to make fun, because surely no species would be so stupid enough to deliberately try to kill themselves and, you know, vote against their own interests, but I live in the United States.
Shields have failed.
Web projector link established.
Stitching probes are engaged. Energize the web.
Well, the good news is this can't possibly go wrong. Like, how can this go more wrong than it already has gone wrong?
Core shields failing. Rear shields failing.
Weaving emitter engaged. All functions functional.
Protomatter matrix. Initiate. All ships withdraw to a safe distance at once.
You're welcome.
It appears I owe you an apology. My science team informs me that our star has been saved by you, the Lucari, and the Tholians.
That is correct.
Our wish for a revitalized star will have to wait until more research on our star's instability can be conducted. Though it seems we have a new wish to make today.
What would that be?
A wish for peace between the Nakul and the Tholians. Today we saw Tholians risk their lives to preserve our sun, despite our belligerence. If they are willing to do that, perhaps they will be willing to broker an end to hostilities between us.
Politics were never actually banned, Spinobi. It was polemic which was banned. And most sane and sensible people don't consider the topics we have brought up to be polemic. It would be nice to see some peaceful relations in the future, Representative.
The vortex remains closed, and our forces will be returning to Tholian space shortly.
Thank you for your assistance.
As a people, we are reluctant to work alongside non-Tholians, especially on matters we believe to be a result of their negligence. There will be many questions about today's events from our leaders. I will encourage them to put aside their xenophobic tendencies and collaborate with the Alliance on the Vortex issue.
That sounds like a hell of an order.
It will not be easy, to be sure, but it is an effort I am willing to make, no matter the risk to my career or standing. I trust you will do the same when your leaders seek a solution to the problem.
It's okay, I'm apparently like an ensign on the totem pole.
Very good. I shall leave you then with the words of an old friend. Live long and prosper.
There are days out here where the beauty, mystery, and excitement make all the work and sacrifice worthwhile. And then there are days like today.
Yeah. Risk is our business.
Of course. And today we risked all. But not everyone lived to see our success.
Well, look. They did their duty, and there's a new star shining right there as a result of it.
Indeed. May the captain and crew of the Traloon find peace within the light. In Lucar's name.
We shall honor their sacrifice, as will the Nakul.
I spoke with Bright Eyes earlier. and we both agreed to share all of the data we gathered today freely to anyone willing to work on the Vortex issue, regardless of their affiliation. Now is not the time to hoard information. Now is the time to act, before the vortices cause irreparable damage to space-time.
Yeah, we'll probably be talking soon. About 5 minutes from now, actually. My quarters? No? Okay. That's fine. So, believe it or not, I actually kind of liked that whole story arc. The Nakul being assholes regardless. That wasn't too bad. And yes, Warp Core, it has. Welcome to modern STO episodes. Jeez Louise. What is the name of this one? This one is Wish Upon a Star. Meanwhile, in another dimension, or universe, or whatever.
Status report!
We have survived a transdimensional shunt, Captain.
We are operating under emergency power, sir. Warp and impulse drives are offline.
Restore main power as soon as possible, Engineer. What is our current position?
Unable to verify, Captain. None of the nearby star systems appear on our navigational charts.
Run your scan. Look for any recognizable systems.
Sir, incoming warp signature detected. Unidentified vessel entering the system.
Any sign of hostility? It is beautiful.
Incoming hail, sir.
And now they're blind.
Let's see what our new friends have to say.
Dun dun dun. Wah, 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 wah. And then they died. That's all, folks.
Starfleet Command has placed a high priority on repairing the numerous reality vortices you've discovered. Analysts are working on a list of vortices to close, based on their level of stability and potential danger to the systems they're located in. Admiral Kumarke will spearhead this operation, but she'll need your help once the time comes to begin the vortex repair procedures. I'll be in touch when the Admiral is ready to go.
1 second, please. I need to pull something up really quick. Yes, it's just my life. I'm just going to go fix reality holes for the next 187 years. Like you do. I mean, I guess if someone's got to do it, it's the new janitor position is what it is. Okay. Next.
Alliance scientists have detected an active critical level reality vortex near Starbase 1. Admiral Kumarke of the Lukari and several others are on site working to close the vortex with protomatter-based technology. They'd like your help. Proceed to Starbase 1 and report to Admiral Kumarke. Offer any assistance she requires. Losing one of our most important stations would be a severe blow to Starfleet and the Federation. Quinn out.
So this is the last quest I've done. So I know what this is. After this will be in new territory. Remember when they used to charge you for the ability to warp to these quests? I remember. Yeah, you'll actually see my reaction for the first time in a ever, actually, First time ever on camera. Sorry, jotting something down really quick here.
Under attack in the system by a fleet. Repeat, this is the USS at Starbase 1. We are under...
Federation Starbase 1. We are the Borg. Subject to our authority and prepare for assimilation. Resistance will be annihilated.
So here's the Super Borg.
This is Harry Kim of the USS Inouye. We require immediate at Starbase 1. Repeat, we require...
Captain Kim? Captain Kim!
This is Bright Eyes, commander of TAS Vintok. Thank you for your timely assistance.
Status report?
We were conducting a procedure with Admiral Kumarke on the Vortex when it began to fluctuate wildly. Before we could compensate, the enemy vessels began to emerge from the Vortex and attack.
Oh my god. A Borg assault at the heart of the Federation. That's never happened before!
Indeed. While our forces have fought valiantly, we are outmatched.
Twice.
Several ships, including the Inouye, are held in tractor beams. We believe they are primary targets for assimilation. We must release those ships at once. Admiral Kumarke is aboard the Inouye, along with her data on protomatter and the vortices. That must not fall into the hands of the Borg.
Okay. I guess you left the Borg, I guess. What? Okay, so I'm extremely likely to give this a negative because I'm not joking when I say these are the Super Borg. It's actually worse than that, but they treat these like these are the Borg plus. Like, that's the way the whole quest treats these, as if it's the Borg, but even more terrifying and threatening. Now, there's two big reasons why they're more terrifying and threatening, okay? Reason number one, they destroy instead of assimilating, because that makes absolutely no goddamn sense whatsoever. And the second reason is because they're mirror universe Borg, so that makes them stronger because... Anyways, negative to story, Super Borg, moving on. I believe they're called the Borg Kingdom. Okay.
You will need to disable the cube in order to target the tractor beams.
Okay. It's the one thing that would make the Borg more terrifying. A monarchy! Thanks for pointing out the obvious, buddy.
The cube is vulnerable now. Target the tractor beam and fire.
Containment failing! Breach imminent! Repeat!
Tractor emitter disabled, but the Borg have restored their shields. Concentrate fire on the cube once more.
I see the trace of blue car. I see them.
The cube is vulnerable once again. Concentrate fire on the remaining tractor emitter.
Nice, my word. But we're not out of this yet. They've been boarded by the naval deck.
Need help?
Our ships are free to maneuver.
And yes, that's 7 of 9. That's the event that's going on right now. It's the first contact event.
We need all the help we can get against the Borg.
Hi?
Aaron McDonald, Astrophysics. I was on my way to assist Admiral Kumarke when all hell broke loose. Frankly, I'm lucky to be alive. I'm a scientist, not a security officer.
Why do you have the rank of commander? Hey, let me Google it really quick. So no was the answer to your question. No, I'm good, Warpcore.
Main engineering, I believe. We'll need to move fast and hit hard. These new Borg are incredibly tough and brutal. It's disturbing.
Yep, they're strong. They're better. They're just better than the Borg.
This way.
Because they're Super Borg. Alright, hang on. I hate having to do this. Replicator. Where is it? Where's the stupid thing? Yeah, they ate Tiberium, and now they're just... They don't even know. They got rid of the remodulator? Nope, okay, I can live with that. Thank God, because I was going to give a separate negative for the remodulator thing. So for those of you not aware, back in the day... Yeah, I actually see it right here now. Oop. Back in the day, you had to equip a remodulator, which actually took up an actual equipment slot in your inventory in order to then remodulate against the Borg. And they adapted extremely quickly, like within seconds. It's okay, stuff like portals to the sun and special abilities can't be adapted to, so you could just not do white damage and kill them that way. But still, it was always annoying.
Watch out! It's one of their drones.
Oh yeah, they're white instead of black, too. It's Mirror Universe, right?
Let's scan it. It might reveal something about their defense systems. Look, this drone is emitting a unique quantum signature. It's not from around here.
So it's from the Mirror Universe.
Okay, the drone's organic composition matches that of a human. From Terra. Add that to its quantum signature, and there's only one logical conclusion here. These Borg attacking us? They're from the Mirror Universe.
You know, I would love to sit down with the main story writers and say, hey, why did you decide to really double down on the Mirror Universe of all things? Like, what prompted that? Who somewhere in the office just had a hard-on for the Mirror Universe? I'm not really judging, I'm really curious. Where did that come from?
No! They just took commanders off!
Oh no. They've run out of viable threats in the regular universe. The inherent flaw in that sentence is the presumption that the Mirror Universe is somehow regular universe +1, when in fact, by all accounts, it's actually the opposite. At least in the shows.
Make every shot count, people!
Hey, Harry. How you doing? See, white armor.
They've adapted! Use your remodulators! Larson! Look out!
We really stood and watched that for a long time.
Let's deal with the rest of them now.
Yeah, hang on.
Captain, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Adapt to this. You'll notice I did nothing but spawn to the sun there. Still wiped the room.
These drones have some pretty impressive combat upgrades. I faced my share of Borg, and none of them were like this.
Yes, it's because they're from the Mirror Universe.
That would explain a lot. The heightened aggression, stronger combat systems. We even have a hard time locating them on sensors. We've noticed they assimilate combat-trained officers and kill the rest. Strangely, none of them tried to assimilate me. You'd think the ship's captain would be a top priority for them.
No, they only assimilate warriors because they're stupid.
Right. We need to get to main engineering ASAP. Admiral Kumarke and her team might not have a lot of time left. Come with me. So, these Mirror Borg are using vortices to launch attacks. That makes every vortex a potential beachhead for them. Up ahead, some of my crew are trapped, fighting drones. We need to help them. See if you can lower that security field. Ramirez! Malone! Hold on, we're gonna get you out of there! Hurry! Get that field down!
And yet, Linareth is correct. Like, what's the benefit of assimilating people who fight when you're turning them into drones anyways? Like, part of the point of that is you can turn anyone into a drone, and congrats, they are now a super soldier. Well, I'm taking a really, really long time to open this force field.
Console inoperable.
They're gone. I knew them. Their families. We'd better get going. Help who we can, while we can.
Okay. Yeah.
Captain! Help me, please!
Yeah, she's fine.
There's a security team up ahead. They need backup.
I mean, that I don't even know where to start, Spinobi, with all the problems with the Mirror Universe. But I would definitely agree that that is one of the many, many problems with the Mirror Universe. For there are so many. But yes, these are Mirror Universe evil, stupid things. Ignore my lightsaber batleth, guys. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Our best shot at reaching engineering is to go through the Jeffries tubes. There are a number of routes once we get up there. We need to split up. Send your officers one way, and we'll take another. Increase the chance of at least one group arriving intact and unassimilated.
Alright, I'll send the guys with the batless that way.
Agreed. Good luck, everyone. Let's get moving.
Captain, Lieutenant Wen and I are heading...
And she's dead.
Commander! Internal comms are being jammed. I think we can boost the signal near here. This way. Nice. We were able to boost comms without taking down anything critical. Let me try calling McDonald back. Kim to McDonald. Repeat your last message.
Wen and I are heading to engineering. We'll meet you there.
Understood. See you at engineering.
I mean, honestly, that same problem affects the Terran Empire in general, Blatevol.
Unlock this door. Override code Kim 314 Alpha.
Like, really think about it. It's already a problem in the main universe that the Klingons shouldn't have the tech they do because of their fixation on warrior technology. Or warrior culture, excuse me. Which is something they even acknowledge in the shows. But the Terrans, like, shouldn't have a functioning anything. They should probably literally be at the point of barbarian tribes who are planet-bound because of how much they cannot stop killing and betraying each other. Like, they literally shouldn't have functioning hierarchies. Never mind an interstellar empire. Yeah, they should not have ships. Frankly.
That EPS conduit is leaking. Should be able to reroute the flow around here. Thanks for getting that. I'm picking up a life sign ahead. Come on. Computer, unlock this door. Override code Kim 2718 Epsilon.
Exactly, Ross. You okay there, Ensign?
Ensign Koloc, are you okay?
I'm fine, sir.
Good. Come with us.
Aye, sir.
Ah! Captain!
Oh, no.
Koloc! Damn it! I lost him. We should get moving.
Captain Kim, Linareth.
Computer, unlock this door. Override code Kim 628 Omega.
Listen, this isn't a military Savacom. It's fine. You could tell because of the gun I have out. I mean, I guess it's a staff.
This is Kim. What just happened?
I mean, you wouldn't deny an old man his walking staff, would you?
The drone charged Gwen and I, and it blew up. Self-destruction.
Yes, that's right.
Coming, Commander.
The Mirror Borg use Baneling drones.
Unlock this door. Override code Kim 1839 Delta.
I'm sorry. I'm taking the piss here because this is very stupid. They're trying so hard to talk up the Mirror Borg, and the whole time I can't help but laugh. It's like a parody of the Borg. Someone who doesn't understand what makes the Borg so terrifying or dangerous of a threat is like, okay, we need to make the Borg Plus. And that's exactly the mentality that goes into this. These are the Borg Plus. It's the freaking jailer all over again. Yeah, it's just a...
I need you to bring up security fields on deck 3.
We're keeping in mind there is no mirror universe in the Trek rewrite, but
help me out.
If it's the intent that's different, as I've said before, reviews of parodies follow different rules, because, duh, right? But if we were to, as a holonovel, look, Flygan, but if I was to do the Mirror Borg, there's only two ways we can do that, right? We can look at the Mirror Universe like a logical, well-constructed setting which follows a slightly different path than ours, or as the flipped mirror of ours, which means the Borg would be completely unchanged. The opposite of neutral is neutral.
Please, hurry! Oh no! Captain! They're on me!
McDonald! Damn! No answer. Another drone. Looks like a tough one. Take it down.
Good question, J. Palmer. I'm not sure.
The Borg's vinculum is accelerating its regeneration. Tear it out before it heals itself.
Sorry. Do me a favor and don't right now. Unless you're talking about the Confederacy, in which case, never mind.
Yeah, we ran into one of them earlier, before you arrived. That system isn't limited to self-repair. It can restore any Borg within range. They'll need to be priority targets.
Okay.
We should get to main engineering. The exit to this tube is just ahead.
Yeah, no, Painway just took Borg technology and uses it for her own purposes.
Main engineering isn't far from here. We're almost there.
Yep, use your tribbles, everyone. Tribbles set to stun. Which I guess, aren't they always? Tribbles set to kill. Oh, hi.
It's like McDonald said. They can self-destruct!
Yeah, by the way, one of the reasons my guys use melee weapons is because melee weapons ignore basically everything as far as defenses, including modulation. So they can just kind of, you know, do that. And yes, that continues to be silly.
Admiral Kamarke! Glad to see you're still with us.
Thank you, Captain. Let's do what we can with these balls.
Weirdly enough, melee weapons are extremely overpowered in canon, which is why they only use them very rarely. Don't think about those two sentences next to each other. Don't think about it.
Captain, sorry I'm late.
Commander, are you okay?
I'll manage, sir.
We can't let them take the protomatter tech.
I'm on it, Captain.
Huh? You're an astrophysicist, not an engineer.
Actually, sir, I minored in engineering at the Academy.
Whatever you're gonna do, make it fast.
By the way, hold the line. I love the sound effect of the freaking sun. I always have. Lust of viscerality. There's a reason I've used that console for, I don't even know how long. Years at this point.
Wow, it actually worked.
So what'd you do?
I flooded the chamber with an improvised form of digital chaff. It masked the presence of the protomatter tech. Gave me time to put up a security field. As far as the Borg are concerned, there's no protomatter here. Or on the ship.
Yeah, question. Protomatter is such an old thing that we've known about it and used it and like discarded it as of about a century ago. Why do the Borg, or excuse me, the Borg Plus, not already have protomatter tech?
We should be safe for a while. Let's hope they don't figure out my sneaky trick anytime soon. Admiral Kamarke, is your vortex data secure and functional?
I'll run a diagnostic now. Give me a moment to make some final entries.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's me just go over to this quiet room, separate from the rest of you.
That should do it! Oh no! No!
My wife! No! The extremely obvious thing happened! No! Complete with scare cards!
It referred to Kamarke as its target. The Borg were after her all along. The rest? All the death? The loss? Just a diversionary tactic.
Well, thank God they didn't get her tech. Woo! Okay, so I'm in the mood for a new wife. Hey, Bevs? Yeah? Really? With John Luke's kid? Okay. Oh, it's gonna be a boy. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, oh, no reason. I wasn't calling for anybody. Okay. So Crusher's off the map now, so I can't go after her. Damn it!
For now. Once they figure that out, they'll be back. And we're barely intact as it is. Kamarke's the key. We need to mount a rescue mission before she's assimilated.
Yeah.
First things first. We can't rescue anyone until we knock that cube's shields down. That's a pretty tall order. Right. Return to your ship while I rally my remaining crew and get the Inoue back in the fight.
I mean, yeah, the Borg have access to time travel. Let's just move on, you know? You gave the Borg time travel. We're good. Yeah, Lita's busy and taken. Kira's... Well, she's taken. Damn it. That's true. I was too slow. I lost to Picard. Okay, in fairness, that's, you know... There's worse people I could lose to. What's Ro doing? Picard Season 3 is my answer to that.
Looks like the Borg added a few spheres to their ranks while we were dealing with their friends. Let's deal with them so we can focus on getting the shield down on that cube. Hold on. Are you reading this? The vortex is fluctuating again. Multiple signals coming through. It could be more Borg vessels.
Red alert, because we weren't already at red alert, apparently. No, Ross. Red alert. No, we add an E to it, and now it's a read alert. Okay, I would bang the hell out of Pulaski, I'm just saying. And a Moldauer is a very attractive one.
The Makari ship?
Alliance forces, this is Captain Abame of the Tralou. Help is on the way.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a new villain or anything. Yep. We've seen this before, right? New race shows up, instantly bodies the Borg. Yeah, we've been down this road.
The Borg regeneration matrix is down. Let's finish off the cube's defenders.
The cube's defenses are down. Let's take it out.
Delay that, Captain. Admiral Kumarke is on that cube.
Understood. I shall inform our allies. Fire to disable all
Worf! What do you mean Michael Dorn's busy? He's not doing anything right now. Get him on here. Ezri's taken, Ross. Cassidy, so she's taken from her perspective. I don't know if that counts.
We'll deal with the first contact protocols later. Right now, our new friends have given us the chance we need to rescue our people. I think I've located a hostile free transport site on sensors, but it's hard to be sure with these Borg. Sending you the coordinates now. Let's beam over and get the job done.
Yeah, question. Why did the Borg ship tilt when we did damage to it and disabled it? You know, that's the point. I'm going to be like, all right, hey, Cassidy. And then Cisco comes back and I'm like, I didn't mean it. I was just trying to bring you back.
They're inactive. Hard to tell if they're dead or alive.
They're Borg, dude. Jesus Christ. Harry, you have interacted with the Borg before, right? I haven't been hallucinating Dark Frontier.
We've seen how much more advanced they are than the Borg in our universe.
Ugh.
Something could be masking their life signs. We need to find out how.
Okay. I don't know if you remember this, but not detecting the life signs of the Borg is such an old thing. It goes back to literally their first appearance in Q Who. We've never been able to detect the life signs of the Borg.
Let's start by scanning the Borg in the alcoves here. Take advantage of their inactivity to study them up close.
All right. We can't scan them. Scan them.
Are you seeing this? Looks like they're using modified Angosian tech to conceal their life signs. Barely reading them, even up close.
It's a cloaking device.
It gets worse. It looks like there's a local field that renders our tricorders useless past close range. That means no maps, and no long-distance scans. We're at a big disadvantage in here until we figure out how to compensate for all the interference.
Understood. Set sun to stun.
All right, let's go.
I don't care for the staticky map missions. Some of them are fine, and some of them are irritating. We'll see which one this one is. T'Pol's T'Pol's probably carrying a torch, you know what I mean? I'm not going to move in on that. I believe so, Lunerith. I don't know.
I see a console over there. Let's check it out.
Yeah, let me stun you with anti-protons. Don't worry. For the last few milliseconds of your life, you will be very stunned. Yeah, I'm with you, Flygan. For God's sakes, let Tucker and T'Pol have their happily ever after. Let them live long enough to see the medical tech get good enough so they can finally have a kid. That's all I'm saying. Borg. Sorry, 1 second, please. I mean, there's literally nothing left of them at the subatomic level. I'd say it's pretty stunning.
This is not good. I'm picking up a lot of technology that our Borg don't have access to. Klingon, Zenkethi, even Dominion. They have advanced Starfleet tech as well. Weapons-grade transphasic systems.
Oh no, the Borg have access to Klingon tech. Whatever shall we do?
Their baseline operations tech is close to that of our Borg. We should be able to operate low-level systems like doors and platforms, which is good, since we'll need to cross that gap to move forward. Okay, the console we need is a little further down the way.
Oh man, if they had Kazon tech, we'd be screwed! Hey, Captain Zeus. By the way, I apologize for how much I keep banging on this point, but in my defense, the episode keeps re-emphasizing over and over and over how terrifying and threatening the Mir Borg are. In, like, the dumbest possible ways.
So far, so good. Let's cross before we're detected.
It's just ridiculous. Oh man, Vidian tech. You will be dissected. Ah! Remember, the Vidians could do that with a frickin' phaser, so the Borg could probably do that with transporters. So the Borg just show up, and the ship just kind of stops and drifts, because all the people on board have just been organ harvested. In seconds, from range.
Had to go and jinx it, didn't I? This console's on a higher security protocol than I can bypass, at least with a tricorder. Think we'll have to find another route.
I consider the good story of STO, like the good chunk of story, to be some of the best story that Trek has ever put out, Lunerith. And I'm actually pretty biased here, because I loved STO, and I played the crap out of it for years. I actually have a lifetime sub to this game.
I saw a doorway on our way here. Let's try that. I suppose it would have been too easy if that worked. Hold on. Let's run a scan on that node in the ceiling.
No, Dave Palmer.
I'm picking up a system similar to those we found in the Vinculum drones. That node is a regeneration system.
So, should we disable it, Captain, who outranks me and is the senior officer on task here?
No, this node isn't active. Keep your eyes open, though. If we run into an active node and there are active drones nearby, our lives are going to get complicated real fast. We should make them priority targets, just like the Vinculum drones. Reading these before my tricorder. Scan the alcoves and see what's different. Based on these readings, the alcove regen cycle should be ending in... Oh no!
What? It's okay, I've got a portal to the sun. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. See? Not an issue.
Those Vinculum nodes are regenerating the Borg!
Listen, we're here to rescue Kumarke, which is quite literally the only reason we didn't blow up this ship, by the way, don't forget. So naturally, let's go exploring. We are explorers, after all, as I'm so often reminded. I'm debating how many negatives they're going to get, Captain Zeus. And I've been taking the piss out of them ever since. Yeah, what kind of Borg can't adapt to the sun? Ugh. Give me a break.
We need to get out of here. Raise the platform. I'll cover you.
So I see whatever you set your username to on Patreon, Sub-Zero. Anything past that, I have to petition to get information on. Why do you ask? If they could adapt to the sun, that's it. Pack it up. We're done.
We should deal with
The Borg can adapt to the sun. We're good. Any particular reason? Just watch the last 40 minutes on the VOD. That's I don't feel like rehashing stuff we literally have just been going through. Forgive me. They suck, top to bottom, and in every way, shape, or form. And their dicks are so big, Captain Zeus, you don't even know. Like, the reason they have that armor is because they need to, like, it's like up here, you know, and they've just got it kind of up against their chest. So we actually do know how Borg adaptation works. It's actually pretty simple and very logical. The way it works is the Borg have access to ludicrous energy generation. Extremely high energy stuff.
Getting some interesting readings from that console. Let's take a closer look.
So what they do is, you know, you hit them with X energy of Y type, right? So they throw up a shield that is designed to grab that and counteract it directly. So they have the energy generation to put up a barrier that can counteract the amount of energy you're hitting them with, and the type of energy you're hitting them with is something they can modulate to. That's Borg adaptation in a nutshell. You get rid of their power source, which is what the biggest advantage the Borg have always had, and they can't adapt anymore. Maybe that's why they refuse to assimilate the Kazon Talmurid. Hang on. We don't want to get some bad data in there.
Nice work. You isolated the general area where my crew and Kumarke are, and managed to access a local deck plan. We have a map again! Right. According to this deck plan, there's another platform to cross up ahead. Let's go. Okay, that bridge should lead us to where Kumarke and my crew are being held.
Hey, a map! Holy crap. Absolutely, J. Palmer. Yeah, that's another thing. Adaptation isn't perfect. It's good in one-on-one fights, and it's good immediately, but you can slowly wear the Borg down. We've seen this before. It's just, you know, time-consuming and costly. I don't think we do, Spino, because, well, we know... Hang on. I was looking this up just a second ago. And by a second ago, I mean a couple hours ago. Al Rivera and Paul Reed wrote out this story before they were canned, all the way back when Deka... Actually, I forget when they got canned, but whenever they got canned. So they outlined this story, and that's, you know, the story that we're going to be going through. They no longer work here. So I don't actually know who the new story writers are, or even if they have any at this point in time. When we were watching Dark Frontier, Ross, me and the lore runny, could not stop bashing Seven's parents. The Hansons are monsters. And I stand by that firmly. God. Actually, I'm kind of with you, Leitavol. The Borg, you know, our Borg, are driving towards perfection. That really is their primary dominant goal. I'm not sure if they would look at this and be like, you know, let's not sully the pot, yeah? There's a reason this is my last STO stream, Spinobi, and the last time I will be playing STO. How bad are the Hansons? Okay, we're gonna go on a deep space trip to go find these rumored creatures called the Borg, okay? And the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna bring our, like, 7-year-old daughter on the trip with us. Now, obviously that sounds even worse, because we know who and what the Borg are. The defense has been leveled that they didn't know how dangerous the Borg were. Okay, there's a degree of validity there. However, even in real life, where I remind you, we are all a bunch of terrible human beings, people will leave their children behind on these kind of, you know, long-term, deep exploration missions. That's been true for centuries in real life. So, even if they thought the Borg were a bunch of sunshines and rainbows, they knew they were getting in for a several-year trip, and they should have left their freaking daughter behind! Sorry, I get actually pissed about this, if it's not obvious. Hi, free-to-play, Ray. Yeah, in Star Trek, we have subspace communication. I mean, they were monstrously stupid, J. Palmer. And hilariously detached. I would actually call them amoral, and I mean that. The way that they are presented, the way they talk about really horrific things is just like, it's that detached tone, you know? Like, oh yes, as you can see, this particular person was of this species before they were consumed by the collective. Fascinating. I wonder if this one goes over here. And they're just like, they're just so distant about everything. So, massively amoral. And monsters. I wouldn't even be surprised, Bragwin.
This looks more complicated. Let's take a second to figure it out.
Sorry. Moving on. Meanwhile, the Borg Plus.
These consoles control those large power conduits. They supply energy to the platform we need to cross the gap when they're operational.
So what do we do?
The power conduits are out of alignment. We'll need to align all 3 of them to restore power to the platform.
Okay, watch out for Borg security teams. Those exist, right?
We need to align the power conduits. That conduit is aligned. 2 to go.
God, I'm not sure. So, the best advice I could give you if you want to progress and get better stuff is to do the events. Like right now, First Contact Day is up. I'm not actually sure what it gives you.
We need to align the power conduits.
It doesn't say, does it? Hang on, maybe it'll say here. Here we go. So if you do events, these show up all the time. You do events, you get rewards. These rewards are a great way to progress without spending any money on the game. So apparently this gives you a shuttle. That sucks. So this is not a great example of what I'm talking about. But
we need to align the power conduits.
Harry, as you do that, you also progress the yearly event, which is this thing right here, which does get you ships, and these are the really, really nice ships. Other than that, just do whatever you feel like and have fun with it. This is a game where pretty much everything is a viable build. Oh, it's it's pets, my bad.
We need to align the power conduits.
Harry, I swear to God.
Power conduit aligned. Just 1 more to go.
Apparently, First Contact Day doesn't contribute to the year-long event, which, sure, that makes absolutely no sense. Why not?
align the power conduits.
Harry. I believe it's gotten 13 positives for builds, Savicon. I believe that's the third most positive we've ever given for build. Only surpassed by Diablo 3 and World of Warcraft. You probably could, Talmurid. That is an interesting question, Ross. Because it's one of those medical conundrums where you cannot ask the patient if they consent to the procedure. And that's a thing, right? Like, that's a thing that we have real-life scenarios for. So... I don't know.
We need to align the power conduits.
Hey, PB Good Fate. Ignore the bugged graphic. It's fine. It's fine.
Good work. Cross over.
Okay. Moving on. Yeah, the current way I'm leaning in our Trek is that we'll go ahead and have the Enterprise D specifically have families and stuff, probably on the secondary ship, on the backup ship, not the actually military ship. Because remember, we're going to actually have 2 ships in the TNG stuff, our TNG.
I'm reading a large power source nearby. Looks like a security field.
The idea is twofold. First of all, because it's the Golden Era, so, you know, duh. And second of all, because Enterprise D is going to specifically be a deep space long-term mission, and because things have settled, and because we have the tech, and blah, 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 it's going to be considered acceptable to go ahead and bring families aboard. Unlike what's going to be happening back, say, during RTOS, where even though it is the frontier, and even though they are out for long periods of time, they're very much on the frontier, and they're not really established as a power yet, so it's considered unsafe and risky to bring family along. Which our Trek character I think would be most likely to leave the military for love? Tom and or B'Elanna, I would say.
We need to lower that field. Scan that console. It may control it.
God, no, J. Palmer.
The field's locked down, but I think I can use the console to bypass security and drop it. It's going to be tricky work. Cover me while I do a little creative programming.
Hold the line. Look, I'm sorry. Porthos is a very good dog, I'm sure. But I legitimately think it's animal cruelty to bring that poor dog aboard that ship. Especially when they go into the Expanse. A mission they all flat out stated was a suicide mission. Why would you do that? There it is.
The field's down! Let's finish up and move on! We're close. I'm picking up a L'Akari life sign nearby. Look.
I mean, again, it's just mean to the dog, you know?
It's Kumarke! Damn. Those drones. They were part of my crew.
Species 3992 is especially resistant to assimilation. Proceed with surgical modifications.
We need to get her out of here, now! What the hell?
Hostiles detected. Initiate combat protocols.
Oh, hey, yep.
Resistance will be annihilated.
So, check this out. He's a boss where we have to kill his drones to lower his shield. I know that's a brand new enemy type in STO. You've never heard of it before.
Submit for assimilation.
Zentorok vulnerable!
You thought I was joking, didn't you?
Zentorok's vulnerable! Hit him hard! Open fire! Take out drones to make Zentorok vulnerable again!
I believe so, yeah, Captain Zeus. I mean, they've probably heard of the Borg, because who hasn't heard of the Borg? But actual interaction? Nah. Where's my portal to the sun? Where's my portal to the sun? Ah, whatever.
Take down drones! We need to make Zentorok vulnerable! Zentorok's vulnerable! Hit him hard! Open fire!
And we're done.
Zentorok's vulnerable! Fire at will!
Okay, let me save myself in the future again. Oh, he's dead. Don't worry, my love. I will save you. That's goal.
Thank you, my friend. What a harrowing experience. I've heard stories about the war, but none of them prepared me for this nightmare.
Are you all right, Kumarke? Don't worry, I'm here for you.
Yes. I can manage from here. We should return to our ships immediately.
Yeah. We blow this ship up from the outside now?
We made it. If only we'd been able to bring everyone back.
Don't worry, they're all very dead now.
Yeah, we do. Let's take care of that, shall we? I've looked at those ugly hunks of junk
All
long
ships,
enough.
fire on the cue.
Inoue out.
Let's take it out.
On Valme?
It was a close call, but our friends showed us the way home.
Yep, our new friends, the obviously evils. Oh, where are they? Where are they? Oh, they're there. They're listed as unidentified vessel. Yep. Definitely not evil. Me. I cubes all the time. What are you talking about? And down it goes.
Let's deal with the last one.
Can we call Admiral Lita and be like, could you stop sending Mir Borg after us, please? I mean, if you asked me to bet on the Borg or V'ger, I know where my money's going on that fight. Keep in mind that the primary way in which we defeated Mr. I've Got Godlike Powers Crusher was with Borg tech. Speaking of digitization.
Now that the invaders have been dealt with, Bright Eyes and I will be free to seal the vortex here once and for all. Thanks to you, of course.
Welcome. There it is. So did you see that explosion? Interesting little tidbit. There it is. There it is. We actually took damage from that, too. So, when you disintegrate ships, they still explode after a bit. So, just as a little tip, if you disintegrate ships with one of your effects, like I do, try to remember where the ship is you just disintegrated, because it's going to blow up a few seconds later. And those explosions hurt. Anyways, I'll always get your back, Kumarke. So, you want to grab dinner in like 5?
I just received word from Starfleet Command. Our new friends want to formally introduce themselves. Feeling up for a little diplomacy?
A Borg cube core detonation would probably one-shot me, Jay Palmer. So yes, let's talk to our new villain allies.
You and me both. I'm sending you the information now. Kim out.
Of course we gather at Deep Space Nine.
And these Etherians came to your rescue then?
Yes, Admiral. With their help, we made it back home.
That's quite the story, Captain. Sounds like you're lucky to be here.
Ops to Admiral Quinn.
Quinn here.
The Etherian leader has arrived, sir.
I should mention I'm guessing they're evil. Remember, this is the last quest I've seen right here. So I don't actually know. They're cloners. Sorry. Very evil looking.
Greetings from the Etherian Concordium. I am Tassine Faye, leader of the Starship Harmony. I come to you today with an offer of alliance against a common foe. The Borg Kingdom. This conflict is larger than you know. It is in fact a multiversal conflict. If we act together, we can bring it to an end. But we must act soon, or all will be lost. In this and every universe.
Oh my god. As a reminder, the stakes of the previous episode were the entire galaxy. And now the stakes are the entire multiverse.
Once again, forces from the Mirror Universe have come to strike terror into our hearts.
Oh my god.
Starfleet Intelligence is working overtime to learn more about the Borg Kingdom and their tactical plans. And every system is on high alert. The Etherians have called for a summit to coordinate our efforts against the Borg Kingdom. Officials from the Alliance are planning the event as we speak. When the time comes, I'd like you to be there. I'll let you know when the plans are finalized. There are a lot of people on Starbase 1 who owe you a great debt of gratitude. We couldn't have stopped the attack without you. Well done.
Cool. The Borg Kingdom, yeah. It's not the Borg Collective. No. It's the Borg Kingdom, which is a multiversal threat. How do you up the stakes from multiversal? All of time and the multiverse. There you go. Yeah, I should mention this story was coming out when the multiverse stories were getting really, really common. Like, we saw this all over the place in the MCU. A bunch of games started getting into this. Several of the new shows were dipping into this. The comics really pushing this again. So, yeah. In fact, actually, let's look up when exactly did this come out. Yeah, this was May of 2023. So it's actually a little on the later end of this, but still. I just. I can't even put into words how much that de-invested me. By the way, there's a reason that's the last thing of STO I ever played. I was willing to just walk away from it after this point. The only reason I'm going to do the quests we're about to start doing is because you guys funded it. So this is the little teaser, or the spoiler I've been holding on to this whole time, because I gave you 2 reasons I was willing to put down STO and walk away from it. Here's the 3rd reason. We go from the Sister of T'Kuvma 3 separate arcs to the Terran arc to this. Hang on. Maybe it'll get better. That's possible. It's possible. Maybe. It could improve from here. That is something that's possible. No, that's not true, Giga. I said Dragon Age 4 wouldn't be good. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but don't lie. I said Dragon Age 4 wouldn't be good. I said it was a near certainty that it was going to come out. The moment Baldur's Gate 3 came out, that guaranteed that Dragon Age 4 was going to come out. And I was right. I do still think Mass Effect 5 won't come out. We'll see. Oh, it's been going down, Mr. Ed. We've been pulling the score down. Okay. Will Elder Scrolls 6 come out? Oh yeah, guaranteed. Will it be worth a damn? Now, I happen to be alone in the house right now, which means, ironically, the dog and cat are my problem. So I'm going to make sure the dog doesn't need to go out really quick. So I'll be back in an uncertain amount of time. Be right back. Oh God, King Locutus. No! No! I mean... What else? Yeah, so let's do a TFL, real quick. I don't know who any of these people are. King Locuty. He's... Okay, so that's Flag End. Okay. Grab. Thank you, Wolverale, for the sub, as always. Oh, you have to... I thought you... Well, we're just going to do Battle Wolf 359 right now. So, anybody wants to join us for Battle Wolf 359, you're more than welcome to. I've never done this without the jellyfish. This should be interesting. Raria, Skyrim, and Pokemon... Pokemon Violet. Yeah, so you remember the jellyfish, right? Well, the Battle of Wolf 359 involves killing a whole lot of trash. So I'd bring the jellyfish. It worked exactly as well as you'd think. Ugh. Let's grab Brigwin. The jellyfish ship. It's the one that Flag End is in right there. So the way the jellyfish works is it has a special ability. It's actually kind of hard to use properly. If you use it, your movement speed goes down to a crawl, along with your maneuverability. But you heal every ship within 10 kilometers, and you damage every enemy ship within 10 kilometers, constantly. So it's just... And you just kill everything. Just everything. It's very fun. So it should be under B. B. There it is. I'm pretty sure the crystalline entity would last approximately 3 seconds against a cube. The Jellyfish Ranger. Man, they're never going to release that patch, are they? Ugh, stretch. Fine. We'll go and do the advanced, because that's where people actually queue. Enjoy, J. Palmer. Enjoy being free of the stupidity. There we go. I didn't even see if we hit advanced or not. No. Sure, Linnea. That's possible. I'm sorry, if the Enterprise D could put up a fight against a crystalline entity, I'm pretty sure Cube would be fine. Now, if this is the TFL I remember, which it is, this is actually one of the good ones. Not just because of the jellyfish thing, but because it actually does a good job of portraying what it's like fighting the Borg.
I am Locutus of Borg. Resistance is futile. Your life, as it has been, is over.
Right, which ship do we get? Which ship do we get? Ah, we got the garbage ship. Ugh. Ugh. I spit on it.
Hands. This is Admiral Hansen. The Borg are en route to the Sol system. Starfleet forces will make our stand here at Wolf 359. We'll do all we can to stop the Borg. More importantly, we'll mitigate our losses as best we can. Protect Starfleet vessels and personnel whenever possible.
Of course. I've never heard of the Borg before, so please tell me about them.
The Borg cube is powerful. Destroy as many of its weapons as possible to reduce its power in combat. Be advised, the Borg can regenerate lost weapons over time. Be mindful of this out there.
Weapons first. I can do that.
We've received reports that the Borg try to capture ships and their crews. They call this process assimilation. You must be prepared to defend against it.
What?
Should any Starfleet vessel fall to assimilation, it will need to be destroyed. Protect ejected life pods from the Borg as well. We can't allow our forces to be added to that of the enemy.
I can do that. What?
This will not be easy. We've never faced an enemy like the Borg. The line is drawn here. We will stop them by any means necessary. We must protect Earth and the Federation. That is all.
You will disarm your weapons and escort us to Sector 001. If you attempt to intervene, we will destroy you.
Task Group Alpha, engage the Borg.
Yeah, by the way, you remember I keep talking about how I want transmog ships in this game? I mean, I don't anymore because I'm quitting this game, but this is a good example. I'm in my ship. It just looks like another ship. So the tech exists.
Admiral Hansen, focus on destroying...
As if you heard, that was Cisco there. Just briefly in the background.
We've lost them!
The Yamaguchi is moving in.
So it's probably not obvious, but this is a little bit better of a portrayal of a Borg cube. The Borg cubes we fight are maybe a ninth of this size. So, this is a great way to showcase what a cube's really like. This is the Battle of Wolf 359. It's effectively a recreation, as you can see, because I'm currently playing the Bastion right here. What everyone else got. I got the Warship. I always get the Warship. I hate the Constellation. Ugly ass ship.
No longer fated. All that's keeping the Borg here now is us. Actually, 2/3 of their weapons are gone.
Hey, you remember the Spheres? The Spheres are those dinky little scout ships they throw out every now and again to mess with us. They're much smaller and lower scale ships, obviously.
The knowledge and experience of the human, the God, is part of us now. It prepares for all possible courses of action. Your resistance is hopeless.
Task Group Beta, move in. Remember, the Enterprise is on its way.
Attention all hands, this is the Hood. We're moving to attack speed now.
Fleet, this is the Roosevelt. Moving into the port.
Yeah, people have been asking for playable Borg ships for literal years now, and they have never budged on that. Ah, crap.
Picked up survivors from the Saratoga. Commander Sisko managed to evacuate many civilians.
Not his wife. Sorry.
Republic of Fleet! The Borg are attempting to assimilate all the crew and systems! The Billboard, Borg have boarded us and are trying to assimilate our systems.
I'm not sure if I agree with that stance or not. I know that sounds strange, but on the one hand, it makes sense why they wouldn't allow you to play something this insane and powerful. On the other hand, have you seen the ships we could play as in this frickin' game? The jellyfish alone is ridiculous. Yeah, you could be Dominion, you could be, like, God, like, Voth. You could have Undine ships. You can actually have Borg ships. There are 2 playable Borg ships. I have one of them. Iconian ships you can play as. That's the thing. Like, on the one hand, yeah, don't make the Borg playable. But on the other hand, why draw the line at the Borg? Oh yeah, then there's the V'ger ship. I also have that one. Solanae stuff. And like every minor faction that's ever existed. Like the Cool or the Kazon. You have a Kazon ship in this game, for God's sakes. Off the screen. Go away.
Fuels are complete. Multiple Borg assaults are attacking. All hands. Stealth orders.
All hands, listen to Commander. The Borg are in explosion.
Ow. 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 Sorry, I'm leaving you to die. Because I'm getting my ass handed to me. Oh my gosh. Hey, I can also play as the Malons, Benthans. It's a gargantuan list. Both ridiculous and banal. This is the ramp. This is the Barclay maneuver. See if I can actually show off the Barclay maneuver. There it is. Boom. Oh yeah, Iconian ships are technically higher tier than Borg ships. Technically. The Hirogen are disinteresting. They are pretty much the definition of bad guy of the week.
We're being boarded! Repeat! The Borg are heading!
That's the nicest thing I could say about the Hirogen. Some good episodes and some good acting managed to elevate them, but as an actual species, there's nothing there. Oh yeah, we can also play ships from the future, like the Universe class. Subject. Hammered over here. Sorry, no rescue for escape pods, because I'm dead! Yeah, I like the Killing Game a lot. It's actually one of my favorite Voyager episodes. But, like... Exactly, Spartan. Oh, crap. Another Barclay maneuver. Quick. Quick. Maybe. Please? Get out of that tractor.
Hull integrity below.
Yeah, the problem with the Hirogen is they really, as with several other races, they probably shouldn't be a spacefaring power. Honestly. I don't remember, Talmud. We have an entire section where we go to the Delta Quadrant. I don't remember anything specific out there of note regarding the Borg.
We're being boarded! Can anyone assist us?
I'm proud of you, Mr. Red. Wasting money is easier to do than it sounds, I think is how I'm going to phrase that. Having said that, one thing I do like about the
Perhaps I can buy them some time with the parlay. Locutus of Borg. This is Admiral Hansen. I wish to discuss the terms of our friend.
Sphere. Actual spheres.
Irrelevant. There are no terms. You will disarm all your weapons and escort us to Sector 001, where we will begin assimilating your culture and technology. Those spheres, they're hitting us hard.
Yeah, the spheres suck in this. They're mean.
We'll focus on picking up life pods. Cover us!
Notice I'm barely scratching the paint on the spheres. And you know how much damage I do in this thing. One of the things I really liked about Dark Frontier, which is the first two-parter Borg episode in Voyager, not the second one, which is garbage, the first one, which is actually good, is that it had, there we go, the big threat of it, like the major, oh my god, we can barely overcome this, is a severely damaged sphere. That was always such a great idea and did a great way to make the stakes actually believable. Like a sphere that was so damaged and so broken apart, it was missing half its hull. Oh yeah, Dark Frontier's legit. Yeah, exactly, Blades of Fall. It's not like, oh, we can just take on 3 cubes. No, it's one half-functioning sphere. And the best part is, and they never emphasize this, but because it was always a trap, we know that that one sphere could have absolutely crushed Voyager if they actually tried. And that makes sense! That's correct! I did like Scorpion. There are things I don't like about Scorpion, but Scorpion is still a damn good episode. Mark, leave it over here.
One sphere down, 2 to go.
Oh my god, these frickin' spheres! Yeah, Blades of Fall. If you remember, one of the big issues I had with early Rebels is that they peaked way too early with fighting big, heavy Imperial ships. Because, you know, the usual reason things do like that.
That's the last of the sphere. Focus on the cube.
Okay. Yeah, almost immediately after that, when the show was fully established and, you know, they didn't have to do this kind of attention-grabbing techniques, they brought it down to, like, fighting a tiny little escort ship, which, yeah, makes a lot more sense. I mean, they had to eject the actress. There was nothing for that at Talmud. Her mental health issues were getting worse and worse, and she was having trouble even remembering lines. So, do yourself a favor, go back and re-watch early Voyager sometime. It becomes much more obvious when you're paying attention that Jennifer Lean is dubbing over her own lines. Like in a booth. I don't actually know Spartan. It's not really public record. She has some kind of mental health issue. Not sure. Not sure what it was specifically. She was having episodes. She would devolve into like violent rants and just nonsensical behavior. Like wandering out nude to yell at someone on the street, kind of nonsensical behavior. Don't know the specifics. Yeah, it's one of those weird things. On the one hand, privacy is a thing, and for good reason. On the other hand, they straight up lied about that for actual years, which is kind of, I don't know.
Attention all hands. Retreat to the Sol systems immediately. I'll contact the Enterprise.
Oh, in-universe. Yeah, Michael O'Hare over on Babylon 5, his issues didn't come to light until he died. And at that point, JMS finally went ahead and talked about it openly. We're doing some damage to the cube. We have sufficiently scraped the paint. Of course we are, Warp Core. Nobody queues for normals. So unless we have a prefab, we do advanced. Don't worry, I'm sure our Neelix and Arcus will both have wonderful happy endings.
Fight does not go well, Enterprise. We're attempting to withdraw and regroup. Rendezvous with you. Put to command. We have Borg attack teams leading in. Request immediate assistance.
Who's about to fight? We've taken critical damage. Take our survivors already. We'll take your role.
As we child in the world, I will continue moving here. 001.
There we go. We won.
Nicely done. Thankfully, we had safety protocols in place for the simulation, so only your pride took actual damage.
Thanks, Ezra. How'd we do? Not very good. Yes, Warp Core. Again, rewatch early Voyager. It's really obvious she's dubbing over herself. I don't know if Sinclair ever did any dubbing. I'm not sure. Okay, so now I have to leave party, as usual. Let's see if we can get this next one in before, before lunch.
May you achieve success on your mission, friend.
That's not horrifying at all.
May you achieve...
hang on. Can I, like... I can't, can I? Alright, whatever. Let's do it. I mean, Trek cast members are usually pretty legit. Exceptions aside. I mean, even Spiner, who I remind you is a dick, tends to be kind of cool with his fellow cast members. I think the only real big exception to that is Beltran. He's the one guy.
Welcome to Deep Space Nine. Tassine Fay, the leader of the Etherian starship Harmony, will be making a presentation soon, alongside one of our finest captains. While you're waiting, I encourage you to meet with the specialists here to get their insights on the upcoming operation.
By the way, as a reminder, no men from this point on. This is all new to me at this point. So let's talk to Bright Eyes. What's going on?
The summit will begin soon. While I remain optimistic, it is not a feeling shared by many of my superiors in the Assembly.
Why?
Tholians are often slow to place trust in outsiders. While the Etherians did provide timely aid against the Borg Kingdom, their extra-dimensional origins raised a number of questions within our leadership ranks. We know very little about them, While others may place their trust in them, it will not be easily won with my people.
I'm with you. I don't trust these people at all. No. Cisco became an energy being and went on to be a prophet, Zactaft. Anyways, Kumarke, my one true love.
Good to see you, my friend. It seems we're about to set off on another bold undertaking soon.
Indeed. So, my quarters?
The arrival of the Aetherians was rather fortunate for those in the Alliance.
But
adding a new ally against the Borg Kingdom may well tip the odds into our favor.
Business, then. Alright, yes, they're very capable against the Borg Kingdom. Do we have to call them that?
I suppose we'll learn of the action plan soon enough. I do hope it's a good one.
And yes, Kira is actually in charge of the station at the end. Captain?
We've held off the Borg Kingdom before, and we're ready to do it again. Our new allies were eager to join the fight, and I certainly can't argue with the results.
Yeah, they're pretty terrifying.
The Aetherians have been in non-stop talks with the Alliance command staff since they arrived here. I have a feeling that whatever they've cooked up is going to be big. Maybe on a scale we haven't seen since the Iconian War.
Oh my god, please stop hyping up your latest bad guy. You just did this twice! Whatever.
Just heard from Ops. The briefing is about to start.
Esri.
Thank you all for coming. The attacks from the Borg Kingdom are a threat to us all. We've been working on a strategy with the Aetherians. Several tactical initiatives are underway as we speak, but there is a new critical issue to deal with.
A reality vortex has appeared in what you call fluidic space. That region has a unique, extra-dimensional nature. It connects to every point in the multiverse. If our enemy controls that vortex, they will be able to attack anywhere, at any time. Unfortunately, fluidic space disrupts Aetherian neural processes.
So the task of closing that vortex falls to us. I'll be leading a strike force to fluidic space to get the job done. Hopefully, we'll achieve our objectives before hostile forces arrive. We will do what we must to succeed. Thank you for your time.
Okay, two things. That is Nicole DeBoer, first of all, but that's not one of the two things. First of all...
Speak with you for a moment?
No. First of all, did you notice how Ja'ula refused to sit down and was just pacing in the background that whole scene? She didn't have any lines, but I love how they couldn't help themselves but have Ja'ula draw attention to her. Because that's so on brand for her, isn't it? She just had to be the center of attention in a cutscene which has nothing to do with her and in which she has no dialogue. Second of all, apparently fluidic space is the center key point to all reality. Okay. Also, yeah, these things are tall. You know why I could tell that? I don't even come up to her frickin' chest. And I'm a giant. Like, I'm a freakish mutant tall giant.
Sincere greetings. It is an honor to be working with an officer of such high caliber.
Yeah. I look forward to finding out how exactly you're going to portray me later.
We have learned much throughout our conflict with the Borg Kingdom. We were happy to share our knowledge, and we have provided technology that will improve your effectiveness against them in battle.
Cool. Could you stop messing with my stuff, please?
Quite so. I believe you will find them most effective against our common foe. I believe Captain Dax wanted to speak with you before you depart. Are there any questions I can answer for you at this time?
Yeah, sure, whatever. Look, tell me about your universe.
Most of our universe has known peace for many a galactic cycle. Our Concordium has been an integral reason for that. Occasional conflicts would occur from time to time, but most were resolved peacefully, until the arrival of the Borg Kingdom.
So your whole galaxy, excuse me, your universe has known peace for a very, very long time. Your universe. Okay. How did your conflict with the Borg Plus start?
We have known of them and the nature of their universe for many cycles. We did not establish conflict due to their hateful, violent tendencies. Unfortunately, they discovered our universe. Despite our efforts to prevent conflict, they followed their nature and launched a brutal invasion into our space. For the first time in countless cycles, war came to the Etherian Concordium.
Okay, hold up. Hey, writers. All writers, everywhere. Pro tip. Space is big, okay? You don't need to go to another universe to have a brand new threat we've never heard of before because, and I feel like I'm repeating myself here, space is big, okay? It's like picture something really big, okay? Okay, now stop doing that because you are physically incapable of properly comprehending how big space is. I'm giving my actual reactions right now, Warcraft. These are the bad guys. These are the freaking Borg, the actual Borg Plus right here. Their whole universe is in harmony. Yeah, no. These are the synthesis ending from Mass Effect 3. So how is your fight against the Borg Plus going, who come from another universe, because they can't just come from over there or anything like that. They can't just be a new race that operates like this and aren't called the Borg. No. That's insanity. No, they've got to be the Borg, the Mirror Borg.
After many cycles of relentless conflict, we have managed to drive them back to their own universe. The cost has been terrible. Entire civilizations lost to warfare, to assimilation, and now they are here, in your universe, seeking once again to subjugate untold trillions. We will not let them succeed. What happened in our universe must not happen here.
That's cool. That's cool. Question from the back. So considering an entire civilization could be contained within a single planet, which is the tiniest microscopic bit of dust on just the galactic scale, once again, why are you from another universe?
Do you have any more questions for me? If not, Captain Dax would like to speak to you next.
Nah, I'm good. Ezri, how's Bashir doing?
Hello there. Nice to finally meet you. You've got quite the reputation. I'm glad you and your crew are joining us on the mission. We need the best and brightest against the Borg Kingdom.
Do we? It's actually a good answer, Dakota. Whatever. I'll go ahead and fight the Borg Light. I'm going to keep calling them I called them this the first time I saw them. What was this? In 2023. I did this quest when it was new. And I'm going to call them exactly what I was originally going to call them, which is, I can't believe it's not Borg. These guys wish they tasted like butter. Not Dax and Bashir, that's different.
Glad to hear it. Fluidic space can be challenging, and that's before you add the Undine to the equation. They're not terribly fond of anything from our part of space-time. We're hoping to avoid any sort of incident with them, but shutting down that vortex is our top priority.
Uh-huh.
The defense upgrades we receive from the Etherians are impressive. The enhancements to targeting, weapon modulation, and power systems will really make a big difference. They've also provided extensive tactical data on Borg Kingdom vessels and defense systems. We'll be ready for action should we run into them on the mission.
Yeah, hey, question from the back, as apparently the only sane person in Starfleet. Why are we just taking tech from a race we just met 5 minutes ago and just implanting it into all of our ships? Like, you see where this is going, right? At a critical moment, oh no, they're gonna betray us, and we'll be like, oh yeah, we'll fight you, and then they'll be like, aha, bzzz, and then all the tech that we have installed on our ships is gonna disable us, and then they will join the Harmony. I mean, come on! It's even thematically appropriate, because we're fighting the Borg, but no, the real Borg is those green suckers over there in the back.
Once we're back on our ships, my crew will use tech on the Aventine to open a quantum singularity. We'll use that to travel to fluidic space. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, hang on. One more question. Considering I'm basically the expert on fluidic space at this point. No, really, our character has done a lot of stuff in fluidic space. We had an entire story arc dealing with the Undine. Maybe, as a thought, you should actually... Okay, whatever. Come on, let's follow Ezri. I'm sure she's really skilled at leading people in fluidic space, since, you know, she learned a lot about that in her therapy career track, which led her to be a captain for some strange reason. I'm happy to see Ezri. Why is she the lead officer, the commanding officer of this mission? Why isn't she the one who's, I don't know, trying to figure out what's going on with the Borg Plus? Or like the Harmony jackasses. Maybe she's trying to, like, pay attention to what they say and how they say it. Try and understand their culture and give us an insight into who these people are. And maybe get a little bit more, like preparation for when they inevitably betray us. That would have been a good usage of Ezri, instead of her being, like, the flag carrier. Yeah, Harry would have made more sense than Ezri. He's actually dealt with fluidic space and the Undine, but no. It's Ezri. Yeah, everyone becomes a captain. There's actually a thing for that. This is discussed in universe over in DS9. The idea here is that everyone wants to be a captain, right? Everyone wants to be a captain. It's everyone aims for the center chair. And so there's this sort of out-of-universe assumption that any character will inevitably get to the point of being a captain, right? In some cases, it makes perfect sense. Sulu is a perfect example of someone who was gunning for the captain seat, and it was part of his arc. I'll actually agree with Harry Kim as well, as another example of someone who was gunning for that center chair. But, like, a lot of other characters...
The rest of the task force has assembled. Head to the following coordinates, and the Aventine will create the quantum singularity.
Okay, I'm gonna just repair my ship really quick here. Go.
The rest of the task force...
Task force, this is docking control. Confirm your boards are green for departure.
Aventine to docking control. Boards are green.
Inoue reporting. Everything is green on our end.
Docking control, Rescava reports green for departure.
Acknowledged, Task Force. You are cleared for departure.
All ships, make way to the designated coordinates.
And yeah, Riker kept turning down the slot, too.
Learning more about fluidic space.
I hope you don't learn about its dangers. Like the Undine.
Yeah, I know it's pronounced Undine. I just prefer saying Undine.
Ready to take a trip to fluidic space?
Don't ask me. I don't know where that came from. I've actually always liked what they do with fluidic space in STO.
Transit complete. All stations report they're ready for action. Hope your helm's up to the task of piloting in fluidic space. The local currents can get a bit unruly.
Yes, I know. I've been here before, unlike you. But for those of you who haven't been here, so yeah, it literally, your ship will just kind of float around a little bit, and it affects how you move. So that's cool. But also, all that stuff out there, those are buildings. Fluidic buildings, obviously, because there's no space in fluidic space. That's why they call it that. I don't know, that's always a cool concept. They do some interesting stuff with it. What the hell is that? Anyways.
Unfortunately, local conditions are generating an unusual amount of sensor interference. We're not exactly flying blind, but our scanning quality is quite limited.
Okay.
Neither do I. If the Undine find us, we might not know they're coming until it's too late. And trust me, you do not want to be on the wrong end of an Undine ambush.
I know. I've been here before. Many times.
Let's start with a coordinated long-range scan. See if we can gather more information working together. If that doesn't work, we can use deep space probes. By linking probes as we travel, we can create a sensor network. That should extend our scanning range considerably.
Okay.
Let's meet at the designated location ahead.
I mean, while that's true, Ross, you know the only reason she's a captain is because of lazy writing. It's the exact same thing I was just talking about, because it's not limited to Ezri. Everybody just becomes a captain eventually. Whether they should or not. Geordi became a captain, and that was in canon. Yeah, the reason she's a captain in this game is so that she can have her own ship, which is that one over there, I think. Yeah.
Long-range scan complete. We're not detecting any sign of the vortex.
You sure?
I think it's time we try Plan B. Let's send out a deep space probe.
You know, the sad part is they might have actually wanted to bring Nog in for this. If you remember, Nog was in this game and awesome in this game. As a captain.
We're ready to go over here. Aventine and Riskava report the same. Once all the probes are deployed, we can head to their location and try another long-range scan. This time, boosted by the probe sensors.
Alright.
Monitor the probe trajectories. No telling how local currents will affect them.
Good idea. A shift in current could divert them into an obstacle.
We should head to the designated location.
Fascinating. I do hope to return one day to conduct research.
Good luck with that. The Undine might have other ideas.
Look for any EM field spikes or drops. Could be caused by the vortex. Long-range scan complete. Even with the probes, we're not finding anything.
Alright, prepare another set of probes.
Probes on standby. Try these coordinates. We picked up something faint over there for a moment. Might be a sensor glitch. Or it might be what we're looking for. Let's head to the next coordinates.
Good afternoon, Thornburg. Hope your day's going well. Oh, I am too, Ross.
I wonder if fluidic space affects Undine sensors as much as ours.
Assume they'll see us before we see them.
I know those biosigns. It's a pod of Gekli.
How are you in fluidic space? I want to be very clear about this. The Undine's main shtick is that they hate everything that isn't themselves. How would they tolerate any other species with it? Okay, whatever. I'm letting it go. Letting it go. Moving on.
I think we've got something.
No, I know I'm worthless, Mr. Red. It's fine.
We're detecting weapon fire ahead.
Yeah, they're Daleks. The Undine have always been Daleks. It's the reason they had no staying power. They have one note, which is purge anything that isn't them. And I mean down to the bacterial level, if you remember. That's it. That's their character.
Yes, and that's not all. We're also reading Borg Kingdom weapon signatures. Looks like they picked a fight with the Undine. Are you sure that's wise? We might wind up fighting both the Undine and the Borg.
Then again, the Undine may think twice about firing on us if we help them with the Borg. I think it's worth the risk.
Alright, let's go help the Undine. Again, by the way.
So much for the peaceful journey through fluidic space.
I'm surprised it took this long to run into the Undine.
Target Borg vessels only. Do not engage the Undine unless fired.
Monitor Undine target. And switch it to us.
An understandable precaution, Captain.
Trust us. Things with the Undine can go south in a
All hands, you are clear to engage.
The laser's back.
That's the last of the board. Show's over.
Let's hope the Undine don't provide the encore.
Alliance vessels. I am Designate 6623, commander of the Undine vessel Murano. You are not authorized to operate in our territory. Why are you here?
We're here to close the disruptive spatial anomaly in fluidic space.
We know of this anomaly. It is in a nearby sector, occupied by a Borg Unicomplex. A fleet of their warships defends it.
Right. We were hoping to deal with that before they got here.
It seems we have a common problem, and a common enemy. I propose a tactical alliance between us. We will remove Borg occupation forces from fluidic space, and eliminate the disruptive anomaly together.
That's unexpectedly diplomatic of you.
Unexpected, yes. Incomprehensible. Your alliance is in fact composed of a number of former enemies. Surely a temporary expansion of said alliance is feasible.
Okay, let's work with it.
Very well. We will travel to the provided coordinates when you are ready. A warning. Combat will be imminent upon our arrival. Undine forces are under attack. We must provide immediate assistance.
Done. Are your comrades aware of the fact that they shouldn't be killing us?
They are. You are as Undine in their minds until further notice. Now, make ready for battle. Our enemy awaits.
Okay.
Watch out for the spheres. They may try to ram your ship and self-destruct.
The Undine weapons are...
Fascinating and terrifying. Glad they're not shooting at us this time.
I get it, Harry. You've been to space. I understand. So those are assimilators. Big old ships. They're actually really easy, as you can see. No, the Borg Kingdom spheres are the worst. So let me explain something for those of you who haven't actually played S2. Every ship faction has their own gimmick, right? And every single one of them has their own shtick. And they vary in how much they suck. The Borg Kingdom's shtick is that their spheres will destroy you upon being destroyed. Like, they go for ramming speed, essentially. And in my experience, it's actually really hard to not die to a sphere after you've killed it, which, once again, makes the spheres the actual most terrifying thing of the Borg. The Warrior of Light's like, I've been to space! And it's like, okay. Cool. Congrats, yes.
Well done, but we have a greater concern at hand.
Which is?
We need to destroy the Borg Unicomplex, but our weapons are having little to no effect against its shields.
Well, I could solve that, but do you have any suggestions?
I believe I have a solution, but it's a risky one.
Is it that we're going to go ahead and have therapy at them?
The Aventine was designed to fight Borg. There are a number of anti-Borg systems on board, including a quantum field focus phaser. Properly recalibrated, we could use it to create a brief transporter window through their shields.
Go on.
Once we've opened the window, we'll beam away teams over to the Unicomplex. They'll find and disable the shielding around the Unicomplex, leaving it vulnerable to attack.
Okay.
A warning. The Unicomplex has considerable defense systems and a fleet protecting it. We will need to eliminate all defenses and enemy vessels before you can safely lower your shields and use transporters.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious, Blade Devil.
Right. Moving
Whoa, okay. Where did those come from?
defense nodes and watch out for reinforcements.
We're on it. Work fast, Captain.
Moving to defend the Aventine. Good luck, Ezri.
Hard to believe the Undine can't put a dent in the Unicom.
If there's one thing the Borg excel at, it's adaptation.
Even to a weapon like the Undine planet. How terrifying.
yeah, the reason in canon the Undine were so resistant to assimilation was because they kind of did assimilation too. It was just biological instead of technological. Their cells were aggressively... I guess aggressive. I'm just going to stop with that. As a reminder, Harry almost died from being infected by being punched by an Undine because the few scant cells that were put into him were multiplying in and on him at that rapid of a pace. Again, it's assimilation in all but name. Game. Yeah, Bioborg. That's what they're at. Or super cancer. That's actually a good way to put that. But yes, that is exactly what the Undine were. So Ross says, who do I think was better explored in canon? Kira 7. That's actually a tough one. Both of them have the same basic characterization, which is quite a bit of characterization when they're good, and then occasionally just face-palmingly, what? Like, how many times did Seven get hit with the reset button on her character, right? Kira! Oh my god. When they screwed her up hard. And of course, they couldn't resist constantly pairing her up with everything that had a dick within a 5-mile radius. Not a visitor's gorgeous. You have to try and shack her up with everything with a pulse. Sorry. It got egregious at a certain point, you know? Anyways. Yeah, including Odo. He has to make one. Poor guy. It's true. He also doesn't have a pulse. Alright, so, second question was, if this was focused on the Tholians instead of the Borg, would it be better? Yeah? I mean, the Tholians are already pre-established to be multiversal. Not something I'm fond of, but if you're going to go with a multiversal threat, that's already a thing for the Tholians, right?
Okay, it's now or never. Let's beam away teams to the following coordinates on board the unit complex before the transport window collapses.
Mirror Iconians. No! No more mirror! No more mirror anything. We're done! But yeah, for those of you who don't remember, the Tholians, the Tholian assembly actually exists across dimensions, across universes. It is a multiversal power. It's a multiversal polity. And that's actually one of the more interesting things about it. So, using them here instead of all this nonsense might have actually worked better. Like, maybe the Tholians have been dealing with the true threat, which is totally not the Etherians, wink wink, this entire time. And, of course, you know, no need to deal with any of the crap with the Borg Kingdom. Just don't get rid of that. No need to deal with the Undine. Let's just throw that out the window. Let's bring the stakes down a little bit instead of up. How's that for a thought? Would have been a nice breather after the Terran arc. But no, multiverse is at risk from the Super Borg. I don't know, Trihexia. Or at least I hope I don't know. Okay, it's okay, guys. We've got this. But I've just got word. There's another universe where kittens reign as the dominant species. And they're invading! And they're gonna conquer all the multiverse and make everyone worship the kittens. I mean, yeah, I agree with that, Blade Tval. Although, it would have been nice if it was the Borg and not the I can't believe it's not Borg. I've got a real bad news for you, Star. You're in that universe.
We made it. Now the real work begins.
That was a long transport. Are we okay? Everything fine?
2 hazard teams, designations Alpha and Beta. Alpha's job is to take down the Unicomplex shield systems, while Beta will shut down the weapons and tactical arrays. If we're lucky, we'll be able to get the job done without firing a shot.
Don't worry, I'll be very stealthy.
I'll provide each team with some Starfleet gear designed to mask our life signs. None of us will show up on Borg sensors. We should be able to reach our destinations before they can detect us and scramble security teams. Once we've finished, we'll evac to our respective ships and regroup with the Undine forces.
You know, this could be a golden opportunity to collect intel on these guys.
Can we not?
Keep it to surface level intrusion. Too much digging around could draw unwanted attention.
Also, why does Ezri outrank Harry?
Will remain undetected.
The gear worked well in simulations.
What?
This is experimental tech?
Ah, let's hope this plan survives contact with the enemy then.
So far, so good. The drones can't detect us. Dax to Beta team. Report.
We're almost to weapon control, Captain.
Good work, Commander. Proceed. Update me if anything changes. Dax out.
Hi, crazy clown man. Hope things are as well as they can be. Look, I like Ezri as a character. Why is she here? I mean, I'll tell you exactly what happened, because I will tell you exactly what happened. They finally got Nicole DeBoer, didn't have a role for her because they'd already written out this story arc. Reminder, a lot of the stuff was written way in advance before it was actually going into production, and the people who wrote it were fired. So rather than rewrite anything, they took whoever Ezri's character currently is, or excuse me, was, replaced with Ezri, and just slotted her in. Because this isn't Ezri, I'm sorry. I'm actually wondering who this is, because I've been chewing on that. And I think I've got my personal pick of who this is supposed to be. I bet she was supposed to be Nog. And I don't know what else to add to that, to be honest with you. It's either that or just this was always supposed to be Harry. I could see that.
I don't believe those drones are passive.
Beta team
It's okay, I'll open a portal to the sun.
So much for experimenting.
No, Mulgrew is expensive enough. I don't think they'd reuse her. You notice she hasn't been back since her one arc, right? Now, I look forward to eating my words when she shows up in this arc, but still. Actually, yeah, PB Good Fate. One of the reasons you don't want to take too long with your content is sometimes stuff happens, and the longer you wait, the more likely something's going to go wrong.
Back to Beta team. Status report, please.
Weapon control is secure, but the Borg captured Tanaka.
Hang in there, Commander. We'll rescue him if we can.
Oh yeah, Admiral Tuvok was a fairly regular character.
Position if possible. Weld the doors shut if you have to. Alpha will reinforce you once we've taken out the shields.
Copy that, Captain. Beta team, out.
That's the energy beam the Borg are firing into the vortex. Our initial scans of it weren't conclusive. It appears to be causing a tremendous level of fluctuation within the vortex core.
But why?
Good question. I'm willing to bet it's nothing good. Right. There should be a control console somewhere in the chamber ahead. If we can find it, we might be able to learn more about the beam and its purpose. Maybe even shut it down.
Agreed. Tuvok's an interesting one, because I couldn't picture Tuvok being a captain, but Tuvok being an admiral actually makes perfect sense. As a reminder, it was actually a character point that Tuvok was deliberately unambitious in climbing the ranks in Starfleet. That's actually why he's only a lieutenant, or a lieutenant commander, excuse me, as of Voyager's time, considering he's been around since Kirk's era. And yeah, Janeway being an admiral makes more sense than her being a captain, quite frankly. But yeah, no, that lines up. Like, Tuvok being head of Starfleet security, or at least a major player in Starfleet security, that lines up immediately. No questions. Hell, even in STO, the only reason he had the Voyager was because, well, in real life, it's because they didn't have Kate Mulgrew. But in lore, they actually mentioned that it's because he was borrowing Voyager for the missions we did in the Delta Quadrant. Oh yeah, Scotty was a captain too. I'm telling you, this is an old problem. Trek in general just assumes everyone wants to be a captain. Which, no. Oh yeah, everyone's qualified to be a captain too, that's another thing. Everybody wants to be a cat. I mean, Takoida is correct. The reason we said it earlier, the reason Ezri is a captain here, really, is so that she can have a ship and she can be represented in the space area. I mean, it's why Kumarke has her own ship, despite all logic and reason. I like Kumarke to death, but she's not a captain. That's another one. Why did Bashir become captain? Explain that one to me.
Our console might have data on that.
No, O'Brien works for a living, Wolverale.
What were you able to find?
You're gonna have to take a look at this.
I was afraid of something like this.
Care to elaborate?
It looks like the Borg are trying to modulate the vortex, control it. From what I can tell, they're trying to expand it in size. Considerably.
Okay.
It gets worse. From what I know about Undine technology, if they fire one of those planet killer beams at the Unicomplex while this beam is active, it could cause an explosion that makes a matter-antimatter reaction look tame. We need to shut this thing down before the Undine get trigger-happy, or they could destroy most of fluidic space, and us with it.
Okay, can we do that from here?
No, unfortunately. I think I've located the console that will shut it down nearby, though.
Okay. Actually, yeah, unironically, Ross. Quark actually works pretty hard, weirdly enough. And in STO, he's got his own frickin' franchise finally, so hey. I mean, every character in every show has a few dips, right? That's normal. It would be interesting It'd be interesting to sit down and figure out which characters are messed up the least. You know? Because my immediate thought on that is O'Brien, who they only mess up like twice ever. Ignore the lava, ignore the magma, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, Quark is messed up a few times when they just kind of make him a generic Ferengi, usually in early DS9. Same thing with Odo. Odo has some eyebrow-raising stuff early on. No, that's not what I meant, Blake Duvall. Not what I meant. No, O'Brien should be clinically insane. Also, we can't wipe his memories. Bull crap! Sorry, moving on. Worf is another one I would say they don't mess up very often, even if we count both shows. They do mess him up a couple of times, but again, it's about minimum, right? Ironically, I would also say Seven is someone they don't mess up very often, although that's partially because her character doesn't move very much. In fact, most of the screw-ups with her are the resets in her character arc, I would say. I was just thinking Riker as well, yeah.
I believe the door to shield control is just ahead.
They're probably on lockdown by now.
Not wrong. Cover me. I'll override the controls.
I've got an anti-proton beam.
Long? Multiple drones are closing in.
Like, I've got the manual override.
They're consistent.
No? Okay. Well, no, there's a reason I have that phrase I like to use, simple but solid. There's nothing wrong with something that's simple as long as it's solid. And honestly, I know you don't care for Worf, Ross, but that is Worf to a T. Some of the most characterization he ever got was actually relatively early in TNG, when he's talking to Keeler. And he says, you know, most people speak much and say little. I try to do the opposite. And that's actually some good characterization for him, and does kind of convey his overall tone and approach. But yeah, Data's all over the place, Troy is all over the place. Crusher... I don't think they had any idea what they were doing with Crusher.
Doors open. You're in business.
I mean, she's the Southern Belle, but even that they just kind of switch on periodically.
Take out that drone. The dendritic one.
Okay, I can do this. Just summon some Ultra Deaths here, don't mind me. Geordi they do mess up a few times, but yeah. The Doctor is a weird one, because they don't mess him up often, but when they do, God, they mess him up hard. My entire team is dead. I am also dead. Yeah, I'm not even counting TOS in this. The only three characters who really count there are the big three. So, of course, I can't think of a specific example off the top of my head, but every time he tries to insist that holographic characters deserve to be treated like real people. No. Like, he goes really hard into the rights issues pretty often, especially in late Voyager. He also, every now and again, dips into being a complete asshole. I don't mean like an endearing person who's a little bit cantankerous and, you know, quips. No, I mean an asshole. And I'm sorry, that's not the Doctor. It's the Pinkie Pie problem, right? Here you are. Jesus Christ, this is a lot of nonsense! Exactly. Exactly, Ross. Zimmerman, he's an asshole. Okay, I'll give you that. The Doctor, nah. The Doctor's cool. Rip this thing out. Just getting swarmed here. That's great. There's still another healer in the bunch, too. Yeah, they found a way to make the Borg dangerous. They gave them a ludicrous concept, something unheard of in MMO concepts. They gave them healers. Yeah, Janeway is absolutely all over the place, of course. Tuvok is pretty all over the place, too, really. I like Tim Russ, but he bounces around hard. Sometimes he's awesome, sometimes he's stiff. Sometimes he's got a gigantic stick up his ass. Alana's another weird one, because she dips in and out of being unacceptably rude, is how I think I'm going to call that. I don't mean speaks her mind, I mean rude. Oh my gosh, okay. Got him.
Room's clear. Time to get to work. While your squad takes down the shields, the rest of us will try to deal with that beam control console nearby.
Okay, acknowledged.
Join us in the control room once you've finished here. We might be getting a lot of company soon. Of the Borg variety.
Really? What would possibly give you that impression, therapist?
Captain Dax, this is Beta Team. Weapon control is secure.
Well done, Commander. Proceed with your mission. Shields will be down shortly.
Maybe this was just supposed to be Harry. Like, he's even a science-y captain. Because that was his department. After the missions are, yes. Oh no. There's a Tribble! Okay, what's with this camera angle? What are you building up to? What? Okay, we have just been assimilated. What? I like how they've got the Borg thing, but you can't see it because they've got the armor on.
Drone, state your designation.
I am 1 of 5.
Acknowledged. Assimilation complete. Stand by for instructions.
Standing by. Oh no, they got rid of my gear! No!
Update. Drone 1 of 5. Initiate function at designated alcove.
Proceeding.
Interface with console to complete interrupted subtask.
Of course I walk slowly. I'm a drone now.
Retrieve drone data from Regeneration Alcove.
Actually, yeah, I was about to say the Romulan arc had something like this. It was very messed up.
Drone 1 of 5. Provide task status.
Task complete. 0 errors.
Update. Drone 1 of 5. Assist with drone assimilation at designated console.
Proceeding.
Interface with medical monitor.
So here's the problem with this. I'll explain this for anybody not really familiar with this, especially Giga. Because this is interesting in a vacuum, but like, how do we get out of this? Like, that's the question mark in the background, is how are we going to fix this? Now, being de-assimilated is a thing. How much of a thing it is kind of debatable, but pretty much every major time we've pulled someone out of the Borg Collective, it's been a big freaking deal. It's not something you just do. Ignore Voyager for just a second. So, this... I mean, we're the main character, so sure, but... We'll see how this works. No, we're ignoring Voyager, because Voyager... They do it on Voyager in a really bad episode. And I'm sorry, if we count every really bad episode as canon, then nothing makes sense, and there's no point in debating anything. So let's just throw all that crap out the window, out into the trash where it belongs. Yeah, when Seven is restored from the Borg, when Picard is restored from the Borg, that is a permanent mark on both characters. It becomes part of their character forevermore. And that's consistent. And that's how that should be, because it should be a big deal, that it's a big thing to overcome. I'm actually with that. Yeah, Icheb, actually, is another example of this. It never stops being a part of their character. And that's good. That's correct. Unlike that one episode of Void. It's just the one episode, too. It's what is it, Unimatrix Zero, I want to say? It's the name of that terrible, terrible garbage episode. Yeah, Hugh. Hugh is free. He's not actually even deborgified. He's just freed from the Collective. Forever changes his character. So, yeah, no. It's doable, but it needs to be a big freaking deal. So we'll see. I do like the Borg data just flowing through there.
Complete assimilation of drone.
Am I assimilating? Just some guy. Okay.
Drone 1 of 5. Provide task status.
Task complete. Damage to assimilated drone detected.
Update. Drone 1 of 5. Escort damaged drone to alcove for regeneration.
Acknowledged.
Interlink with drone. Escort drone to regeneration alcove for integration.
I like how the healing nodes are actually still listed as, where's the alcove? Oh, there it is. Are still listed as enemies. Notice there's no music, too, which actually works really well for those.
Transfer drone data to regeneration alcove. Drone 1 of 5. Provide task status.
Task complete. Regeneration of damaged drone initiated.
Update. Drone 1 of 5. Repel borders and weapon control.
Proceeding.
Okay, that should do it. Try it now.
Stop them! Immediately!
Wait, did you hear something?
Come, my drone minions.
We've got company!
Fall back to our position. Reinforcements are on their way.
Yeah, no, I'm actually liking this more than I thought it would, considering how bad this entire arc has been so far.
Begin assimilation. Drone 1 of 5. Provide task status.
Task complete. Board is neutralized and primed for assimilation.
Update. Drone 1 of 5. Interlink with designated console and restore weapon control systems.
Proceeding.
Target threat nullified. Begin assimilation.
By the way, I literally can't sprint, if you're wondering. Oh man, that would be awesome, Leitable.
Recover critical components from neutralized Borg drone. Drone 1 of 5. Provide task status.
Task incomplete due to incursion. Weapon control partially restored to 47.22272%.
Update. Drone 1 of 5. Neutralize remaining intruders and restore full weapon control.
Proceeding.
Beta team to Dax. We're being overrun.
Yes, Captain Dax, save them.
We can't beam you out.
Save them from me, Dax.
They've been assimilated.
Get out of here. Run. Run!
You should run. Oh well.
Target threat nullified. Begin assimilation.
They had their chance. Don't look at me.
Complete restoration of weapon control. Interface with designated console. Drone 1 of 5. Provide task status.
Task complete. Weapon control fully restored.
Update. Drone 1 of 5. Transport to shield control and neutralize all intruders.
Proceeding. You know, it's a shame. We never got...
Come in. There's no answer.
We never got assimilated by the Borg.
We need to take
It took the Super Borg to assimilate us.
We can help Beta Team once we're done.
Let's make haste then.
Oh yeah, time to assimilate Kumarke. Let's do it.
Look out!
Oh wow, yeah it would. Kitsumi. Alright, we've killed Kumarke. Join us, Kumarke. Join us. That would be an interesting character arc. Remember how I mentioned you're marked by being assimilated forever? Imagine if in the intro you get assimilated. And that's just part of your character for the entire game. I literally can't attack Harry, that's funny. Like, I'd make that a thing. I'd make that a gameplay and a story thing. You know how many games have some weird random thing that makes you capable of doing stuff that others don't? Like the frickin' worms in Baldur's Gate 3. Something similar. The reason we're such an eternal badass is because we're part Borg.
Captain Dax, are you okay? Kumarke, look out!
It's time to assimilate Kumarke.
Stop! You know me! We're allies! Help! Someone help me!
1 of 5. Status report. Drone.
Can you hear me? Are you okay?
What?
Are you with us? Glad to hear it. Welcome back. Are you ready to go? Now the real work begins.
Could you replace some of this crap that's in my body?
There's no shame in saying no. If you need to recuperate, I understand.
Hang on, do I at least still have the junk on me? Okay, I at least still have the implants. That's something. I'll take that. What did you do?
I injected you with nanotech designed to sever the link between a drone and the rest of the Borg. It's keyed to your individual biosignature, and only works for a short time after assimilation. Thankfully, we got to you and your team in time.
Right. Okay, hold on. So... on the one hand, you specifically had hyposprays specifically coded to me, but also my team? Are they labeled? Because, like, you got the rest of my crew, right? So...
Okay, there's still time to rescue Beta Team, but right now, we need to complete our primary mission here. We're locked out of the shield controls now. Do you have any insight from your experience with the Borg that could help us crack the codes?
Yeah.
Judging by the look on your face, I'm guessing you weren't successful.
Yeah, we need to get to the source to access shield control.
Any idea where we could do that?
Yes. I also know where the Beta Team is.
That's good. Once we rescue Beta Team, we'll send them back here to await transmission of the control codes.
You know, I hate to be complainy. You know what? You know something that would help smooth that over? I'm not sure if it would make it good, but it would help smooth it over a little bit. Imagine for a moment if part of the mission briefing was specifically talking about those hyposprays and how they're like a backup option. And when we encounter the Beta Team, they're like, oh god, they got the captain, because they all call us captain, because they're not stupid. Quick, where's the hypospray? They're on Dax! Ah! And, you know, just like some kind of thing that establishes, you know, the nature of the threat. And then when we fight our way through there, and we're taking on Kumarke, she's like, Dax? Dax? Dax! And then Dax runs up and hits us with our hypospray. Okay, sure. Yeah, that would have earned it a little bit more, right?
Ready weapons! Here they come!
The vinculum is a priority target.
It's okay, I have my portal to the sun again. Yeah, a little bit of setup, a little bit of payoff. Hey, I should probably change my command codes to my ship that the Borg totally have access to. Excuse me, the Kingdom. Oh man, the Borg are like, hey, this is neat. Bwong! Ah. So we're gonna try and save any of these people, or is it too late for them? I mean, I know we're the PC, but, like, can we try to save any of my crew here? Maybe. It's just a thought, really. Please don't blow up on my face. Thank you. What I wanted to have happen. Okay, let me spread out my nanoprobes really quick here. No, seriously, my primary heal is actually a Borg device. Go figure. Oh my god, these frickin' guys. The vinculums I'm missing? Let's see any. That's right, counter-assimilation. That's pretty much what the Undine were trying to do. good. Man, I don't know if...
Have they been assimilated?
They're inactive. We can help them.
I thought she said we can't help them for just a second.
We need to hurry before more Borg arrive.
Alright, make sure to get the specific hypo spray, which works for each individual person. Let's see, Ramirez, I think? Oh crap, this isn't Ramirez! This isn't Ramirez at all! Yeah, here you go, Talmurid. Here's your pea shooter. Go fight the Borg. What do you mean you go, okay, I can't remember what it's called. You bail. Yeah, here's Walter. Yep, here we go. Okay.
Beta
Johnson. Yep.
A
Wait.
little rattled, but they're ready to proceed with.
Why did you put last names on these? We've got 2 Johnsons here. Oh my god. Esri.
They're ready to transport back to shield control. They'll hold the position and wait for us to provide the access codes. Are you ready to proceed?
Yeah, can we get out of here, please? Like, please? Yeah, why is there a hypospray that's just marked eel?
Check the ceilings for vincula.
No, I'm good, thanks. I'm just gonna run.
I have a very bad feeling about this.
This is not Star Wars. You don't get to say that here.
This looks like a command center. Okay, let's see if we can take their shields down here.
You won't be shutting anything down, Captain.
What?
This is where your resistance will be annihilated.
No. It can't be.
Not always pleasant to look in the mirror, is it, Harry? Now, the smart move here would be to surrender for assimilation. But I know you, Harry, better than anyone. You're going to play the hero. For the last time.
So that's the Kabali, Harry. Nothing at all, Warp Core. Literally nothing.
Why are those large pipes moving?
Want the answer to that question?
More vincula. Take them out first.
So...
Stronger than most, to be sure. But as the Borg will upfront say, resistance is futile.
So... yesterday, some rando popped in, someone who's not a regular viewer of mine, and made a very offhanded comment. They just said, I liked Harry as the Borg King. It was when we were talking about who the Terran Emperor was. So that was the exact moment I found out that Harry was the Borg King. Thanks for that, whoever you were.
Remember, if you're going to shoot at the king, don't miss.
Looks like he's mad at us. The king has a nanite shield. It'll reflect our fire.
Let me guess. Kill the ads to lower the shield. You know, I'm in complete unknown territory at this point. With one notable exception, which I'll talk about when we get there.
Nanites have to split. Target the
I want to know, is this our Kabali Harry, or did, like, Mirror Harry just die and become Kabali? But I suppose we'll find out as we go.
For more Vincula.
I mean, there's an entire story arc in the Delta thing about the Kabali, so... Oh my god, there we go. We had quite a bit of a thing dealing with Kabali Harry, too. Nah, don't outright say anything, Captain Zeus. We'll see as we go. I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention. But Borg King Boy over there clearly had a Kabali head and forehead, which is why I immediately assumed that. And back. Do you mind? Stop forcing me to loot. Up. Because the Borg Queen did, Giga. So we've got to stand on procedure here. You know what? Those will respawn everyone. Whatever. Go! Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a body horror thing. Just like it is. Yeah, she was an octopus.
You're all going to make the loot drones when we're done here.
No! I will die before I become a drone!
His nanite shield is back. Check your fire.
Oh, that makes sense. Frickin' Borg eels.
The nanites have to sprint. Target the king and fire.
It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. This really is just the same fight every boss battle the last, like, 20 quests devolves into. And all that loot's trash. The big cubes, the boxes are loot boxes. I'm not even being, like, facetious about that. That is actually the...
His nanite shield is back. Check your fire.
You found some powerful friends, Harry. Word to the wise. Watch your allies closely. Their smile might be hiding a knife.
Yeah, duh. I called the Harmony being bad guys the first time I saw them. Marke? Marke? You okay there? It's okay, it's just the boar. Oh, wait, you haven't met the... It's okay, it's okay. Come here, Kumarke. I got you. I got you. Yeah, so this is what the universe is actually like. You know, all that wonder and exploration stuff? That has nothing to do with Star Trek.
I had to. He was stalling. Stalling for time. I will not be assimilated. I will not allow it.
It's going to be all right. You're safe with us.
Harry doesn't seem like he's handling that very well either.
Captain Kim! We need to return to our ships, Captain. This is far from over.
I do actually like that Kumarke freaked out there, because she should. Like, she has no exposure to the Borg. We do.
I've heard encounters with your mirror self can be rough, but I not only met him, I fought him and saw him die.
You gonna be alright there, buddy?
Yeah, I'll be fine. I am a little worried about Kumarke, though. I know she's been through a lot, but to kill someone in cold blood, even a Borg.
We'll help her out later. Don't worry. There's this nice pho place I'm gonna take her to. She'll love it. Nice, calm, simple, far away from horrible things. A little bit of water trickling in the background. It'll be great.
Right. We still have a job to do, no matter what.
So I'm gonna take these codes. Mr. King here.
Please tell me you have the command codes.
Yeah.
Beta team reports the codes were effective. The Unicomplex shields are down.
Let's get out of here. Now, preferably. Don't worry about all the Borg crap. It's a new look I'm going for. I saw 7 and I was like, that's what I want. What? Look, it's fine, Benoit. It's fine. It's cool. We're all cool. Unrelated, I'm taking the next year off. It's okay, I've got plenty of PTO built up. Long load times, Giga.
We've got a problem out here. Several, actually.
Okay. Do any of those problems begin with, I was just assimilated by the Borg? Because if not, I don't really want to hear it.
We managed to shut down the central beam they were firing into the vortex while you were captured. But now they're firing 3 beams at it. It looks like they're trying to escalate whatever it was they were doing to the vortex when we arrived.
Okay.
Easier said than done. While most of the Unicomplex is unshielded, the Borg have large capital ships shielding the emitters. We'll have to deal with those ships before we can take out the emitters.
Oh no.
The Undine Planet Killer is en route to this location, but it won't be able to fire until the emitters are out of commission. We need to take them down as soon as possible.
The Undine are still with us, moving into formation.
They're doing their part, Captain. Time to do ours. If we don't take these emitters out, we all lose.
The entire multiverse is at stake. As per usual.
Up a low-slide defense field around the emitters. Some type of EM.
Once the shields are down, roughly target.
Honestly, yeah, Ross. Like, I'm happy to see Ezri and hear Nicole DeBoer as much as anybody else's, but this is not using her character well. STO usually uses its characters pretty well. I mean, Sela, for God's sakes, you know? Hell, they even used Yar well in the STO. Better than they did in the show. Heyo! Spock worked well in Resurgence. I didn't think it was going to, but I liked what they did with Spock. And the guy that got to do his voice was really good. Good job of capturing the mannerisms, you know. People have a tempo and cadence of how they talk, especially when they're doing a specific character. And that's the thing most people don't even bother to do when they're trying to do an impression.
The cube's down. Disrupting it, and it's effective, so we can destroy it.
Yes, Ezri was in the psychology? Psychiatric part, line crew thing. Oh god, career path. There we go, career path. Oh, that hurt. That hurt.
Emitter Beta is down. Next stop, Point Gamma.
Could you stop giving me the Barclay maneuver, please?
Let's hope they keep their finger off the trigger until the emitters are down.
They're aggressive, Captain, not suicidal.
Right. Let's hope these Etherean upgrades keep us in the fight.
Oh man, I'm sure glad those Etherean upgrades are here.
That octahedron won't go down without a fight.
Of course we're gonna fight a frickin' octahedron here. They're the only ships in this entire game that ever scared me. Shatner knows how to act, but I've noticed he only acts well when he has a really good director. That's a very consistent thing for him. So I have a feeling he's actually... I don't want to say he's a bad actor, but he can't act in a vacuum, you know? Even when he's acting as Kirk, the same character, he still needs that director to inform and pull that performance out of him, you know? The really shame of it is, and I've pointed this out many times, Shatner's a comedic actor. He can do that like that. He can just turn the comedy on. He has a great sense of tempo and timing, and can be absolutely hysterical. God damn it. I just got killed by the loot. Yeah, Danny Crane. Enough said. But also, every time Trek leans into comedy, Shatner just slides into that role like a glove. I can move that. Oh, I can. Yeah, let's move that so that stops getting me killed. There we go. It's not the first time I've had that issue. You get my point, right? I think that he needs that director to really pull dramatic acting out of him. And there's Patrick Stewart, who's, let's be clear, probably the best actor they've ever had in all of Star Trek. Oh, I have no idea, Dakota. It's... Maybe that's it. They're trying to add culture, and they keep screwing it up, and it's like, okay, 30 go to 10. All we have to do is absorb more cultures, and eventually we'll have one. Yeah, by the way, the Fizbin scene was ad-libbed. It's kind of obvious if you rewatch it, but again, that's Shatner. He's really good at that kind of thing. He's got the tempo, he's got the delivery.
Octahedron destroyed. Time to
thrusted him into suspension.
Let's see, picking out a best actor per show. That's actually tough. Obviously, TNG's is Patrick Stewart. That's the only one that's easy. I lean towards Robert Picardo on Voyager. There's a lot of great actors in Voyager, but I'd probably give it to Picardo. Because he is just above and beyond.
Emitter Gamma's defense field is down. You know what to do.
I'm picking up a huge energy source at Point Delta.
Yeah, I'm chewing on DS9 right now.
Reading the Planet Killer on long-range sensors. It'll be here soon.
Right. No pressure.
Alliance vessels, the situation grows severe. Destroy the final emitter. We will do the rest.
Understood. We're on it.
Hal,
True. Late to
best speed to Point Delta. No time to lose.
Yeah, we all knew this was coming. We fought these Borg ships before, so I was just waiting for a I can't believe it's not Borg version of this thing to show up. Yeah, honestly, I think I'd pick Armin Shimmerman for DS9.
What?
Yeah, it's Connor Trinneer.
We have a major?
Certainly looks that way, Captain. Yes, Captain. Born first engineer design. New car protection.
Yeah, Connor Trinneer is an easy one. The only competition he has is Jolene Blaylock, who is awesome. It's worth noting.
Take it down.
But Connor Trinneer is just, he is just really, really, really good. I'm actually torn on TOS. Because everyone has bad moments on TOS. All of them. And TOS is TOS, so it's like, ugh. Yeah, I saw it, Kevin. I saw it. Major. God, I don't have any live buttons left. I'm out of live buttons. Yeah, it's weirdly common that they will hire someone, it's almost always a woman, who is a model. And she happens to really be a good actress, or becomes a good actress over the course of the show. Terry Farrell, Jerry Ryan, Jolene Blaylock. I know there's more. Famke Janssen is actually another example of that. Over on TNG. Yeah, early Farrell is honestly unpleasant to watch. She's not a good actress early on. Which makes sense, because she wasn't an actress. But she put her chops in, and she was really good by the end of DS9. Last time I was beelining the boss. I don't think that was the right call. I'm gonna go ahead and clear up the trash this time. I think I'm going to give it to DeForest Kelley. I was really debating that. But the dude, I mean, all three of the principal cast in TOS are professionals. And all of them do the best they can. I believe I'll just bump into them. Here you go. It'll be the same as hitting another strip like this. Bonk. Yeah, Kelly was a vet. Like, it's not like Shatner or Nimoy were exactly new actors, but Kelly was a vet. And he pretty consistently put in the best performance he could. Even when talking about his brain, Jim. Where in this whole great galaxy are you gonna find a band's brain? Here, just for you, Giga. Well, true, month off this time. Oh, Bones and Spock. Easy answer. Look, I'm one of those Shatner defenders, at least as far as his acting goes. But Bones and Spock was essentially perfect. Another Barclay maneuver and hit the wrong frickin' ship.
We did it! The Borg flagship is down!
Glad I didn't bring any of my lesser ships to these missions. Good lord. This is my DPS ship. Could you imagine? Sorry about all the debris we're leaving in your space, Undine. The Juggernaut, Trixie. It is ironically a Borg ship. Yes, Ross.
To the Alliance and Undine vessels, I offer sincere greetings. You have succeeded against staggering odds.
Alright, who's ready for the inevitable betrayal? You know, honestly, I just wanted one of the mirror ships, and, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that, Spinhopey, as weird as that sounds. I wanted one of the mirror ships. My friend Pax, who I play this game with, he picked the Defiant, the Mirror Defiant. So, you know, that pushed that off the list. Oh, excuse me. And I played around with it. I did a whole bunch of building back when I set this setup up. It was a while ago. Anyway, so, yeah. Evil people. I thought you couldn't survive in fluidic space.
Correct. However, the Harmony is safely within the spatial anomaly once occupied by the Unicomplex. There is no fluidic material of any kind in here. It is, as you might say, a pocket of normal space.
Uh-huh. And why are you inside this anomaly?
A valid question. We are here to prevent another incursion by the Borg Kingdom. They do not give up easily. We believe that unchecked, the odds of them attempting to recreate a vortex are high. Simply put, we must be vigilant.
Okay, I'm sure the Undine aren't gonna like that. Hail the Undine.
I trust you have detected the vessel within the new anomaly.
Yes, they're these Etherians. They're gonna betray us in 5 minutes.
This is most irregular. Under normal circumstances, we would order them to depart the sector or face destruction. But as we both know, these are not normal circumstances. As long as that anomaly is in place, these Etherians are protected from any attack. We will be watching them, however.
Yeah, maybe we could help you with that.
Generous offer, but we must decline at this time. This will be an internal matter for us.
As you say, contact us if you change your mind.
I can't say I'm surprised they turned down your offer. Still, what happened here today may very well be the first step toward better relations with the Undine in the future.
Right.
I think it's time for us to go home. Wouldn't want to wear out our welcome, after all. Are you ready to depart?
Yeah, let's get the hell out of here. I'm gonna be shocked if these people don't betray us.
We made it. I expect there are plenty of people eagerly awaiting our report on DS9.
Okay.
Then let's not keep them waiting. See you there.
Why is this still playable? Like, what horrible thing is about to happen?
Before we turn in our reports, let's stop by medical and have those Borg implants removed. I happen to know one of the doctors there very well. He'll take good care of you.
I don't know, I kind of like the look.
I'll let them know you're coming. Are you ready to go?
Aww. I guess having Borg implants removed is an outpatient surgery.
The procedure was a complete success. No more Borg implants for you. Is the patient cleared for duty, Doctor?
Yes, of course.
Then if you're up for it, the command staff wants to debrief us.
Be safe out there. Doctor's orders.
Okay, for real. Please tell me I'm gonna have some consequence of being frickin' assimilated. Please? Oh, that's funny, Kinsabine.
I have to say, Borg modifications weren't a good look for you.
Hey!
Thankfully, my chief medical officer was available to remove those. Besides being my husband, Julian's one of Starfleet Medical's best.
Yeah, huh?
Don't mention it. Between you and me, I'm concerned about Kumarke. I was a counselor on DS9 during the Dominion War. I know post-traumatic stress when I see it.
She'll be fine.
She's a fine officer. We'll need people like her out there if the Borg Kingdom comes back for a rematch. That's a worry for another day, though. For now, their invasion is over. Thanks for all you and your crew did to make that happen.
I don't know if I did jack, but sure.
I don't know about you, but it's good to be back. I don't plan on visiting fluidic space again anytime soon.
Let's hope we don't have to.
I'm still processing the fact that we fought alongside the Undine. They aren't exactly known for being team players, at least as far as the Alliance is concerned.
Here's hoping that we're going to finally turn them into something other than Daleks.
Anything's possible, but I wouldn't expect an invitation to any holiday parties from them anytime soon. For now, it's like a wise man once said. It's in the purview of the diplomats.
That's not even close to the context of when he said that, though. Whatever.
Your report on the events in fluidic space was quite thorough. The temporary alliance with the Undine was unexpected, as was the arrival of the Aetherians.
I don't know, I was kind of calling that.
I will update the leaders of the Assembly. I suspect they will want to monitor the situation in fluidic space quite closely. Should another incursion occur, they will want to take action.
Yeah, we need to be ready to fight against the true threat, the real enemy of Star Trek Online, who happens to be right next to me here. Seriously, I can't even talk to her. Why are you here?
Well, my friend, once again, we have prevented a great calamity. It's becoming something of a specialty for us, I think.
Yeah, hey, how are you doing?
I'm perfectly fine, thank you. The Lucari are quite resilient people. I will endure. Don't worry.
Uh-huh. So, my hugs, my dinner, and my bed are all available if you need them, in whatever order, okay?
Yes, you're right, of course. Thank you for the kind advice.
You're welcome.
I reviewed your after-action report. Well done. Losing fluidic space to the Borg Kingdom would have been disastrous. Agreed. This could be a turning point for our relations with the Undine. More than a few members of the Diplomatic Corps are enthused about the possibilities.
Yeah, I do prefer them as allies instead of enemy, but you know. Yeah, I'm getting rusty, Giga. Jeez. So, what's our big to be continued? You know, I wouldn't even be surprised by that, Blade Duvall. Oh, is that it? Okay. Well, I'm only an hour late for lunch. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Your mission was truly a successful venture. Along with the Undine, you have repelled the forces of the Borg Kingdom and disrupted their command structure. With luck, many cycles will pass before they will be able to pose a threat to us again. For that, the Aetherian Concordium owes you our sincere pledge of gratitude. Your efforts prove, once again, that through harmony, we are secure. Through unity, we are strong. May our friendship continue to grow deeper in the cycles to come.
So, releases a nanite cloud that does damage every second with 50% shield pen, increases energy regen for 15 or energy resistance, excuse me, for 50%, reflects energy damage for 15 seconds with 50% shield pen, and it also removes up to 99 negative effects. Is that just me, or is that ludicrously overpowered?
I come to you today with ill tidings. We have detected another Borg incursion taking place in an alternate dimension. Before committing to a full operation there, we want to learn more. To that end, I have dispatched the Aetherian starship Unity to the Juret system. The crew will attempt to modify the Iconian Gateway to serve as a trans-dimensional portal. If successful, a small fleet will travel to the other dimension and conduct a reconnaissance operation. Alliance Command and I agree. Your experience will be of great value on this mission. Please meet with the Unity near the gateway in the Juret system. We must prevent another Borg incursion, if possible.
Okay, but like... So let's try that instead of the exocomps. Let's see how that feels. Oh god, but yeah, did you notice the reward there was like the same thing I already had? That's kind of strange. But yeah, 2 quests left. 2 quests left. I probably should eat some lunch though.